He was corrupted in that period of time, which is very funny. Let's play some fruit fly. Fucking just caught a fruit fly. That's disgusting. Let's put a marker in the chat and jump in a game. What? Do you not know what a fruit fly is? It's a gnat. Tiny little bug. Flew past my screen. All right, 409. We're gonna chat. We're gonna hit the year today. We're gonna hit the year. The smoke 'em if you got 'em year. You excited? Sounds like the Eastern Europe justice system. Oh, that's kind of funny. Which means today we need to hit 420 subscribers, right? It's that time of year, right? I got like 14. I don't have 14. I have 3 fruit fly traps in my apartment set up, and they're all just full of fruit flies. I just changed all of the apple cider vinegar and soap in them today to keep them dead. So, you know, they're working. It's a struggle. It happens every year at this time. If you live in like temperate West Coast climates, you're just gonna get swarmed with them. It happens. They're annoying, but at least they're harmless. Oh, you were talking about the interrogation? Yeah. Interrogations are fun. But the thing that I'm really excited for premium, for up until recently, it was always like, oh, I'm excited for, like, to see just how Longdeath got colorful. Longdeath's been colorful for about 100 years now, I would say. Mostly this in the middle. But we're also at war, so one of the human factions invaded us because they're very intelligent, I would say. So one of the human faction, the Confederacy of Sport, has been invading us. But the living dwarves in the fortress are Dragon, Volleylol, Letharticus, Anonymo, Merc, Anthony, Malden, Bloodcat, Disco, Cedo, Diamond Destruct the second. Wait, what? Tygozar the third, Lilum Katsu, Zindros, Mist, Hoshan, the Skoid, Rari, Stone, Paranoid Metroid, Do It, Hops, Red Octobear, Jimmy Tibby, Farana, Ayer, Havoc, Aquafunkalistic, Booty Wap, Pilot, Cannon Fodder, and Fight Attack, and of course Navy down at the bottom. You had many fruit flies during the winter and you were lazy with trash and dishes. Yeah, that'll do it. One only the occasional 1 or 2 this summer. It's pretty bad right now, but that's because, like, I went away for a few days, so they're all in my drain. Right? Like, so because I didn't, like, run the hot water in my drain for a while, it took a little bit. Did someone, like, just tantrum? It kind of feels like it. Well, we got people felling trees right now, apparently. Yeah, that's fine. Rockcat makes sense. You're back now. I appreciate it. I need to just make sure I'm not going to accidentally... You know what? Let's actually just cancel all those. I don't want to, like, accidentally put a hole in the ground. But, yeah, no, Longdeath has been interesting, but also not interesting. It's Longdeath. It's the way this fort is. Zach and Tarn officially have a copy of it now, so that they can look at it and see if there's any weird bugs that have emerged. I don't think it does, no. I've only seen interested baller reading or uninterested. They're either interested in reading or they're not interested in reading. I'm pretty sure that that system is very simple. Like, the thing that, like, affects them is sometimes, like, certain topics they don't want to ponder. Oh, that's a lot of bodies that you saw. It's a shame there, Rory. Rory, you've had a rough time. Although you did kill a human once. I mean, you are a legendary spear dwarf, so Clearly having to fight with some people was a bit much on your mental health, but now you're reading books and you seem to be quite happy about that. You were interested after pondering autopsy, and you felt love after remembering speaking with your mother. You have 2 apprentices, interesting, or had 2 apprentices, I guess. Oswix, who's dead, and Bellinair, who's dead. So, you know. How old are you, Rory? 83, damn. Longdeath is probably the only fort that your dwarf who was named when it was born might be around long enough to be an adult. I mean, how old is Ayer? Ayer is 5 years old. You only need another 8 years. You're gonna be an adult. Like 2-3 streams. Neither of them survived the training, Rory, unfortunately. It was a bit much. Was indeed a bit much. So those of you who missed it, our glorious king passed away a couple streams ago. So we are currently kingless because the king's only son was a bit of a psychopath, so we booted him out. Did I? No, I didn't make a statue of the king. All right. Well, it's time to make a new statue of the king. I'm assuming I have enough gold to make a statue. Psycho how? Constantly tantruming, so I expelled him. Okay, cool. We got plenty of gold bars. So I'm as far as I know, the Eternal Adventure of Time's king is... Yeah, Radio Free Olive is a king/scholar, who I'm assuming is at the mountain home now. What's interesting is we also have like these countesses and of Longdeath, like counts of Longdeath and countesses of Longdeath, even though I don't have a count. But they always live at the mountain home for some reason. But yeah, plan for today is we'll do 4 or 5 hours of Longdeath and then swap over to Songs of Six for the evening. That's the plan for the day. Also, chat room, I feel like I feel the need to say this at least once per stream. If for some reason you ever wanted a custom sound command, like you'll sometimes hear people using, specifically like Pilot uses his sometimes, you'll see Audio Coaster using his, sometimes you'll see, cannon fodder has begun a mysterious construction. Child over here is making an artifact and I didn't even know. 2 pieces of diorite, 2 purple spinels, wild boar leather, quartzite blocks, cow leather, and 2 wood logs. Best of luck, kiddo. Let's follow Disco, who's making a gold statue of our glorious king. Anyway, so I... Where was I going with that sentence? I completely, like, lost my topic, but...
The families of the apprentices that didn't make it.
Thanks for the $11.06, Rory. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Rory? But as I was saying, if you ever wanted a sound command, now is the best time to buy one, because a tier 3 Twitch sub is 30% off on if you subscribe for 6 months in advance. And just gotta say that if you subscribe for 6 months in advance, that 30% discount is Twitch's cut for tier 3 subs. It's expensive. But if you ever wanted a sound command, now is literally the best time to buy it from any Twitch partner, or to buy a tier 3 sub from any Twitch partner, rather. But they just come with custom sound commands from me. You accidentally left 1 bit on your account, so cheer 1 penny. I'm sure you'll live. Or go cheer on 1 penny on somebody else's stream. That's fine. I mean, bits and pieces. You got bits, did you? Well, I got... Thanks for the $1.55, Irish Stupid. I got to change into shorts because my legs are sweating.
Here you eat.
That's a lot of bits, animal. Jeez. How is it spam? You're throwing money at my face, man. But Irish Stupid, thanks for the $1.55. Animal, thanks for the $34. And Rory, thanks for the penny. And Freeways, it's good to see you. But yeah, no, the current dynamic in this fort's kind of interesting because it's like we've gone from having a king for a really long time to the point where like, I wonder if the humans are going to keep attacking us as much now that the king's not here. I don't know if that affects anything. Kind of curious. Thanks for 25 cents, Irish Stupid. Oh man, my military dwarves just have like ridiculous numbers of kills now. Like look at Hoshan here. 11 notable kills. Yeah, well, I don't know. I think that it's fine. Like, once is fine. But if it's, like, every couple of minutes, just a couple pennies, yeah, that's a little annoying. Cannon Fodder the Second, the Dwarven child, has created Rithul Mistim, a walnut wood ring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Lear Shot Fortresses. Also, if anybody has a resub, now's a good time to pop it, because you'll get into the hype train. And then we go down here. And then we go to here. Let me take a look. It's a walnut wood ring. Petal portal. It's a petal portal. That's a good name. This is a walnut wood ring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular direct cabochons and encircled with bands of round rings of walnut wood and menaces with spikes of walnut wood and wild boar leather. And rings of purple spinel and diorite. On the item is an image of Massive. Gravel relics, the dwarf, in cow leather. Massive is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Massive to the position of king of the ignited creation in 364. All right, so thanks for the 50 cents, Air. I think that this artifact, Petal Portal, needs to be put into the king's tomb because that is perfect. It's very much like oh, that's a tribute to King Massive if I ever saw one. Like, come on. Perfectly a tribute to King Massive. But thanks a lot for the 50 cents, friend. How about doing a 10 cheer for every message just for that? Animal, do you remember when people used to get globally banned on Twitch all the time for over spamming? And then you had to like pay 1 penny to type because you could still cheer? Just like, oh, just get globally banned. Oh, why are you, like, giving me money for every line of text? Oh, because I'm globally banned for another 12 hours from Twitch. I wonder if you can even still get global. I'm sure you can, but... All right, so there's the walnut wood ring, which has already been put away. Thanks a lot for the 5-pack of subs. Cheers, dude. Also, just keep in mind, for those of you who do like gifting subs, maybe hang on to them until the last 3 days of the month. Because there's going to be a value add there. But to anybody who just got subs, including Oswix and Dragonman, enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Courtesy of our friend Rory. And thanks for helping us almost break 300 subs again. Cheers, man. Although we're finally at the point now where a lot of subs are worth quite a bit less than the $2.50 just because regional pricing is kicked in fully and there's no more corrections now. That's a pretty good artifact to just like give to the king as a gift. I think we need like another 2 subs or like another 1,000 bits or so to level it up. But regardless, thank you much for the hype train. Appreciate you guys. You're very kind. We should try. We should try a lot of things. So we're in late autumn. Thanks for the $10, Animal. Appreciate you, man. Like, they don't take anything out of my cut, no. So, it's literally just a discount out of Twitch's cut. You know, it's really... Beat criminal? Who's the criminal? It's really kind of funny because... Red Octobear. Right, yeah, he's been tantruming, hasn't he? Well, that's a shame. Witnesses Arch. Date reported. Okay. So, oh yeah, Arch got beaten up by Red Octobear, which is a shame. Hello, Soul. My day's pretty good as of right now. Saving some for later. I mean, that's the right way to go. That's quite a lot of blood and vomit there. Oh, that's actually a tile that they showed me when I was at PAX. I know what blood's gonna look like. But Red Octobear, dead. Probably for the best. Captain of the Guard punches in the right hand and the... Ooh. Bruising him. Captain of the Guard scratches the tavern keeper in the lower body, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. Ow. Punched him in the hand multiple times, cracked his neck. Kicked him in the fourth finger in the left hand, and the injured part explodes into gore. Well, another actual casualty of the Captain of the Guard. How strong are you, Captain of the Guard? Not very strong. Well, it's probably for the best because Red Octobear was tantruming a lot. Back down to 30 dwarves, just like that. Yeah, no, so the discount comes out of Twitch's cut, not out of the creator's cut. So you should resub for 6 months in advance if you have the finances to, because it is a 30% discount on subs is a good deal. But I will say this, my cut with Twitch is 50-50, so you can figure out how much is coming out of Amazon's cut pretty easily by just doing some math there. But tier 2s, it's 60-40, and then tier 3s, it's 70-30. I'm not technically supposed to say that, but, like, none of you are cops, right? It's fine, as I say. Those numbers have been publicly available for a while. Severe internal bleeding. Yep. Yep. But thank you very much for all the bits and the gifts. You guys are kind. Helping keep this weird show funded. One stream at a time. Allowing me to have a beer fund. By beer fund, I mean save money and actually have enough money to afford food. But yeah, bills in Canada are expensive, especially more so as of recently. Ire Stupid, thanks for checking out 2 tier 1s. Hey, Shady Necromancer got one. Don't know the other one, but I do know Shady. Both Slim and Shady, most likely, I would, if I were to guess. So, body's been buried. Rest in peace. Still felling trees. Still storing items in bins. 16 seconds left on the hype train, which is very unexpected, so much appreciated, friends. Just need to do these ones that are right around the edge here. Big round of beers for everybody who threw funds at me for $57.37 in bits and 7 gift subs. Also, there's still like a high likelihood that Twitch is going to kill bits soon. There's a lot of rumors going around of Twitch swapping from like the abstracted currency into just you cheer $10 and it just says $10. So if you like bits, enjoy them while they last, because I don't think we'll be able to cheer less than $1 when that happens, or throw less than $1 when that happens. So, yeah, I know, right? Long story short, the YouTube style of doing things is less confusing for normies. That's literally all it is. No, you won't lose your badge. Your badge is it's still gonna like work exactly the same, and you'll still have a score associated with it. It'll just look different. Are they still taking massive cut with the non-currency? I don't know how it's gonna work. The way they were testing it, because there's a few select channels on Twitch that are, like, I don't know, beta testers essentially, that get to test features early, and they were testing out a YouTube equivalent super chat system where you pay $1, $5, $10, $25, $50, or $100, and it just charges you that amount, and then Twitch takes 20% off the top, which is, you know, exactly the same way YouTube does it, versus now where you spend 30% on top or whatever, or 20% depending on how many you buy for bits, or 50% even if you buy it on a phone, and then you just get to cheer that. So I don't know. Nope. You don't need to have your channel's host command window up active or anything. You literally just need to type in /host and then you can close the window. It'll just stay there until my channel goes offline. Such a colorful floor. Yeah, that's the intention. Make it look pretty. I'm assuming that statue got done. Oh, hey. Killing a kangaroo. Interesting. So, did they never finish making it? Looks like they never finished making it. Let's try a different material. Let's just make it out of silver. Silver's fine. Because I know that I have enough to make a silver statue. Well, I'll just say this. As long as people, like, keep this channel funded, it doesn't really matter what platform you're funding it through.
Because why not 0.00052778 BTC?
Can I just say, the Finnish lady reading out Bitcoin is the funniest thing ever. Thanks for the $10.02 in Bitcoin. Cheers. Hello, son. My friendly local crypto enthusiast. You got past making a farm. The Songs of Six tutorial turns out you wanted to make vegetables, but you planted grain. Yeah, you have to, well, literally just type in vegetable garden. Or I think it's vegetable plot. Can't remember the exact wording they use, but. Wait, what is depressed? When did you get oh, right, yeah, you've been gone for a while. Because of the explosion sound. I'm sorry, should I change that? It is, to be fair, it's the roller coaster tycoon, like roller coaster crashing explosion sound. That's what that's from. So if that's like a triggering sound, I can change it. I just need a replacement. I really need to just change it to, you know, that sounds familiar? Yeah. I really need to just, like, change something to Tarn Adams going, "What are you guys doing out there?" That's such a good line. Because, in the last time he was on stream, I was asking him some weird questions about gremlins, and he just goes, "What are you doing?" Which is very fair. Just a smidge more scary nowadays. No, that's fair. That's fair. It's really rough having depressed dwarves that feel bad when, like, good things happen to them. Potato King, thank you very much for the 24 months on the 24-month streak. That's a whole 2 years. Round of beers, it even rhymes. Oopsies. Clink. Cheers. I still have some coffee left. The king of taters himself. I think these dwarves need a break. They're all worried after being unable to pray. Also, hello, Troopin'. As I've had them just, like, putting stuff away for the past week, month, maybe even year. We've made a whole bunch of new bins because I was kind of running out. I think part of the reason I'm running out is because the wooden ones are starting to break down into nothing. Like, the wooden bins that were made in the or traded for, even, in the first 10 years of the fortress are all starting to just turn to dust. That's how old this fort is. I mean, coffee doesn't take a cut. The only thing that takes a cut with coffee is PayPal. Coffee simply acts as... Thanks for paying forward your gift sub from Navy Soul and gifting a sub to Disturbed Puppy. Thank you. Yeah, no, coffee doesn't take any cut, but PayPal takes a cut. So, I mean, at the end of the day, someone's always taking a cut, regardless of how you give me money, because I have to pay taxes. So, it's impossible to avoid people taking a cut. Only fair. Cheers. How do they exist? How does coffee exist? They have 2 employees, and if you want to give coffee money, you go to their coffee page and you buy them a coffee. That's how they exist. Patreon's fine. I mean, Patreon's like a bit corporate these days, but like Patreon's largely fine. Although Patreon's kind of funny because like a bunch of people give me money once, like annually on Patreon. So like if you go to my Patreon, it says that I'm making, it's like what, $500 something a month. Hold on, what's my public Patreon page look like? Okay, $442 a month is, they just changed the way the site looks. I'm not a fan of it, but $442 a month is what it says, right? It's actually about $330. It's like, it's around $330, $312, somewhere around there, because a lot of those people are annual. So I only get that money on like either June or December usually is when people buy into that, because that's when I do the big discounts for the annual subs. So because of that, Patreon's kind of weird, where like it can trick people into thinking that you're making more money than you're actually making, or making a certain amount of money consistently than you're actually making. Because like I am making that amount of money, it's just averaged over the whole year. So it's like, I don't know, Patreon's kind of weird like that, but their cut's really small. Like I think I give it's like $22 comes out of that a month to Patreon. It's a pretty small cut. It's a cut still, but it's small. So literally the best way to give people money is direct through PayPal, which is either like, which for me is through coffee, because it's just a direct, coffee just acts as, what's it called? Chargeback protection. That's literally all that coffee does. Or through Streamlabs if you want a notification, because Streamlabs doesn't take a cut either. How am I required to pay taxes? Do you just get it credited back at the end of the year, or is there no low threshold in Canada before the first tax bracket starts? The first tax bracket starts at, it's $14,000. I mean, I don't get any returns. I mean, because, so like normally, in Canada, if you have income, if you make less than $12,000 a year, you don't have to pay any taxes. If you, which isn't enough to live on, by the way. I pay more than that in rent. So if you're considered like disabled or have low income or low income disability, you don't have to pay any taxes. I make about $30,000 to $36,000 a year before taxes, and I usually end up owing about $4,000. But then after my disability discounts, because I am on a form of disability, I end up owing, like last year, I think I owed about, it was like $2,100 I owed. How much? I'd need to go look at the receipts, but I think it was $2,100. It's $2,160 something. It's like the numbers at the end that throw me off, but it's like $2,164, I think. What? That's multiple levels of fucked up. Many, many, many levels of fucked up. There you go. Should get that fixed. That's ridiculous. They're not up right now, Diamond. Also, hi, Diamond. You just joined. I can see that. Electrum door in their throne room or office. Mayor, that's a very needy thing. But I guess I can provide. I mean, how long have you been my mayor now? 155 years. Well, you're getting old. I mean, in Canada, you can go to prison for skinny dipping in your own pool. That's a dumb law that we have. It's like, it's a 30-day prison sentence for public indecency for skinny dipping in your own backyard swimming pool. Which I will never stop being amused by. It's also, you get done for public indecency, yeah. If you, oh, also, there is a wrinkle there. If you're skinny dipping between the hours of 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., you're fine. So as long as you're only allowed to skinny dip in your own pool between the hours of 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. Also, it's illegal to have sled dogs on the sidewalk, which isn't relevant for the vast majority of Canada, by the way. But it's a $200 fine for running your sled dogs on the sidewalk. I think it's just like suburban laws where like your neighbors could like walk out onto their patio and see a bunch of naked people in the backyard. No, not like your own bathtub's fine, but swimming pool outside. It's specifically outdoor. If you have an indoor swimming pool, you could skinny dip in there anytime you want. It's specifically outdoor skinny dipping. Let's see. Do we actually have enough electrum to make a door? And also, thanks for the coffee, by the way. Like, the main reason for coffee existing on this channel is, like, it's the way of, like, quietly giving me money. Like, if you want to give me money and not really make a big deal out of it, that's why coffee exists. That's why I have that link, is so that people can, like, tip anonymously, essentially. Because even if you set it as anonymous through Streamlabs, there's still a big explosion that goes off on the stream, and, like, it reads out the amount. So it's the way to quietly tip me. Which I think is a good way of doing it, frankly. All right, so they're making that Electrum door. I'm assuming they've probably made that statue too, so let's get that done. He's aiming for shift, not Windows key. There it is. What's just uncomfortable to talk about right now? I've heard similar things about Poland, but it's all about slow, small improvements, right? The one thing that, like, I've heard from a lot of people is that, you know, getting taken over by the current invading country would just make things worse. Indoor stuff, it might be different. Some dude tried to get some lady done in for public indecency, and she won the court case with him basically getting done for invasion of privacy for looking through her window. You can't remember the exact details in a pinch. You're allowed to be naked in your own residence with the windows open. That's totally fine. It's considered invasion of privacy to look through somebody's window. So if you look through somebody's window and you see something, you know. Is it illegal to fart in a public space after 6 p.m.? Pardon me? I mean, prove that I farted. You can't. I very much want to just, like, eat a bunch of, like, beanie fucking tacos in Florida now. Just walk around, just, like, listening to, breaking the law, breaking the law. That or I fought the law and the law won. If you go to prison. Except they pronounce parlor infuriatingly wrong into their dialect. I mean, that's okay. So you're literally just describing American states, except it's instead of being a fan of football team number 1, they're a fan of college football team number 2. Instead of being a fan of college football team number 1, they're a fan of college football team number 2. The difference is you guys dislike dialects and the sports teams they support, except you guys are actually in different countries, usually. But there are cases if someone is using it as an exercise to expose themselves to people maliciously, then they would be persecuted. Yes. Yes. No, I mean, like, if you're just, like, standing in a front window next to a busy street, flat, like, helicopter dicking, then yeah, you're going to get in trouble. But, like, if you're walking into your kitchen to grab, I don't know, a glass of milk to then walk back to bed at like 6 o'clock in the morning and someone happens to see you walk past your window, yeah, you're fine. No meat spin? I guess no meat spin. No, even if you have the song playing, I'm pretty sure that would be considered like a public indecency instead of performance art. I heard that song playing in my grocery store the other day. I was just like, what? Whenever I hear that song, it like takes me back to like the days of the more Wild West internet. Very curious to see what this statue looks like of the king. Massive is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Massive to the position of captain of the guard. Wow, was captain of the guard before king? You can't just sit on a chair butt naked in front of your window to see the city street. I mean, you can, as long as you're not, like, flagrantly exposing yourself. I mean, if you're sitting in a lazy boy chair and just, like, sinking into the chair, that's probably fine. This is going to be a weird conversation to go out onto YouTube. I'm sorry to all the people watching this on YouTube. If you're watching this on YouTube, please leave a comment about whether or not you think it's okay to walk past the window naked to get a glass of milk. That's called engagement, chat room. Listen and learn, because I am an expert at this. So I was talking with this one developer at PAX, who's making this, which also looks kind of neat, by the way. It's like basically just Super Mario Maker, but like Legend of Zelda. I'm kind of not a fan of the way the character looks, but like the rest of it seems super neat. It's like Legend of Zelda dungeons, but like user created Legend of Zelda dungeons, and then like an easy way of sharing them, which seems kind of like a neat idea. Anyway, was talking to them, and I just mentioned like, yeah, you know, I've been streaming for almost 10 years. Just looks at me and he goes, I was still in high school 10 years ago. I'm like, oh wow, I've been doing this a long time. And when will Twitch chat marry YouTube comments? Oh no, that's not a sitcom that would be fun to watch. I don't think. That would be a bad time, I'd expect. Like a very bad time. It would in fact be a shitcom. We don't have red light districts here, so I can't speak to it because I have zero experience with red light districts. Quite literally, like those don't exist here. Like we'll have like titty bars and stuff, but actually it was when I was wandering around Seattle with Kiri, right next to the Amazon building, there's a pretty big upscale strip club. And it's just got this sign out front that says "Live Nude Girls," right? Flashing. Kiri's like, should I take a picture of that sign and send it to people whenever they ask for nudes? Like, yeah, but she didn't. It's like, well, I certainly hope that they're live. If they're not, that would be a problem. Row of strip clubs on a street for some reason. When I moved into this apartment, there was a porn store right across the street, 2 strip clubs on the block, and then one up that way. And then another one 2 blocks further down. Now there's just 1 porn store and 1 strip club, and I think that's enough for this area. It's plenty. What do I have against erotic necromancy? Okay, so you know all those pictures on the... You know all of those pictures on the internet where it's just like, oh, this person was like a nightclub DJ, and so they got their body embalmed in a position where it looks like they're DJing, and then they got to do one last show where their corpse was posed in the nightclub that they always DJ'd in, and somebody else did the actual mix. Have you ever seen those photos? I've seen these. I've seen these things. Like there was one that I saw relatively recently where like a guy in his funeral had his body positioned on his Harley. That's never a real thing, is it? Just Google it. It's a real thing. It's extreme embalming or something. But it's like there was one that I saw where he's like a Harley guy, and like he's like his head's kind of to the side, like he's obviously dead. He's got like sunglasses on, and he's like it's holding him up with like string from the ceiling, and he's like puppeted onto this Harley with like the engine running, and that was his funeral. It's like that's a thing, and that's what you're making me think about when you say like erotic necromancy. I think, yeah, that's the wording you used. Found a village in your Minecraft that's on a cliffside on the top of the hill, but it's only roads. Oh no, that's not a walkable city. Bloody car-brained. I would show some of those images, but I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to show pictures of dead people on Twitch, so. The last will and testament of Bubba Biggs. Wait, all this weekend is... Says this weekend at Bernie's, but with a Harley Davidson. Oh, no. But you have a good day at work, Taylor. Is erotic necromancy a band? No, but it should be. Hold on. I'm going to go to Spotify and type in erotic necromancy. Wish me luck, chat. Erotic necromancy. Okay, so erotic necromantic is a band. Sorry. Erotic neurotic is a song by the Saints, and erotic necromantic is a band. But no erotic necromancy. So erotic necromancy is open. You could name a band erotic necromancy. I was near to an arranged statue. This pleases me. You're reminded that Necrogoblicon and Guar are doing a thing, trying to decide if she get tickets or not. That's not the show in Las Vegas, is it? Because I think Hobo's going to that. You're off for the night. You have a nice stream. We'll see ya. I might still be on when you wake up. Based on the length of my streams. I mean, I'm only 2 hours in. I usually go for at least another 10 hours. I mean, the most offensive death metal band that I've ever seen, not necessarily, Visceral Disgorge is the most offensive death metal band I've ever seen. They have a song literally about chopping your dick off. They're fun. What's funny is like they're like the most like over violent, ridiculous, kind of gross band on earth, but at the same time they're just like kind of a bunch of nerds. Like, they're all just really nice dudes. Shock humor? Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like they are, I personally think that they're kind of hilarious, but like when you read their lyrics, it's like, oh God. Like it's a little bit distressing even for me to read their lyrics, but my God, it's funny. If you find that sort of thing funny, it's very funny. Did you just buy erotic necromancy? Did you really just do that? Net cringe kind of way? Well, I mean, like... Why am I blank? So, there's a band that I'm for... Oh, now I just remembered it. Anal Cunt. Probably the most offensive band name. But they're, like, Actually, I don't know if they're intentionally bad. I think that they're just deranged and, like, blew up. Because, like, there's literally a picture of the... None of this is safe for work. There's a photo on the internet of the vocalist of Anal Cunt literally, like, in the process of injecting heroin while getting blown by some fan. So he's literally just, like, giving himself a round of heroin while getting a blowjob. So I genuinely believe that they're just deranged and people are amused by their derangement, but... They're just like a far gone grindcore band. All right, so is that door done? It is. Electrum door. It's a bit early, but you need to go to bed. Interesting thing to hear before bed. Well, it's midwinter, so probably by the time you get up there will be some paperwork that needs doing. But you have a good night, Stone. Sleep well. Oh, no, totally. I mean, like, Cattle Decapitation is a band I've seen twice for a reason, right? Like, for those of you who don't know who Cattle Decapitation is the vegan propaganda death metal band. So they're vegan, pro-vegan death metal. So it's the violence of, like, animals being slaughtered, right? And their songs are all really violent, but it's like them right next to Cannibal Corpse is just fucking hilarious because, like, Cannibal Corpse is like death, murder, blah, hail the horde, followed by just like Cattle Decapitation singing about pigs being slaughtered. It's like, okay, let's go. Vegan death metal, bigger than you expected. Oh yeah, well. Remember this. When it comes to death metal, it's all a little bit satirical because they are all well aware of how stupid it is. Like, they're all so fucking well aware of how dumb it is. I don't know. Some people, like, take metal more seriously than it's intended to be taken. Also, I'm trying to think of a name of a song. Actually, here. This is a weird YouTube Google now. Okay, so I just gotta make sure this isn't gonna. This is about how seriously you should take metal. Although this is a weird. The problem is, I'm happy that he changed his YouTube channel name, because the YouTube channel for this guy used to be Russian Hate Project. But he just changed it to his name, which is Alex Terrible. The vocalist for a Russian metal band called Slaughter to Prevail. But that, though, he got his fame by doing meme videos like that. Kind of like emo super genre. The audience may take it more seriously than the bands do, but that's part of the market. As somebody who fucking loves emo music, yes and no. It depends on the band. I adore emo, especially like emo punk and like kind of the softer emo music. It's just really emotional, like light rock generally. But then you get into like hardcore and stuff, and then it gets a little bit more satirical. But like, you use that satire to make a point in a lot of those songs. Like, I don't know. I adore Underoath, and they're pretty fucking emo, even though like they're like deathcore at times, down to like just straight up metalcore. But they're also very they have that kind of like downtrodden feeling to them. But I fucking love them. You love Underoath? I've listened to Underoath. Underoath was like one of two bands that got me into heavy music. It was like Underoath and then just a bunch of like classic metal, really. But you know, then there's bands like the Menzingers who just like exist to like, I don't want to be an asshole anymore, and they're just silly, right? Reinventing Your Exit is one of your favorite songs? I don't listen to a lot of their old stuff very much, but I do really like their current stuff. Why am I blanking on the name of that song? Bullet for Your Valentine. Do you listen to much shoegaze, if any? I'm trying to remember what's the name of that song that I underwrote now. Mute Spotify. Writing on the Walls. That's the good one. But writing on the walls and On My Teeth. I want to say Grind My Teeth, but that's a different song. On My Teeth from the Erase Me album is fucking great. Other than video game OSTs these days? Gotcha. I mean, based on the music that you said, this is a bit softer, but I got a recommendation for you. This is just the whole album, too, so this makes things easy. Although, that band isn't well known, like, at all. They had a very brief flash in the pan in, like, 96. And I would say haven't done anything of note since, but all of the music they've written since is great. I hate MCR for various reasons. They just annoy the crap out of me. Even though Teenagers slaps, but... Because Teenagers do scare the living shit out of me. But I don't like them very much. I'm just kind of associating them with squealing teens in not a good way. Although one of the funniest crowds I ever saw saw Rush, right? And Rush played at Rogers Arena in Vancouver, which is where the Canucks play. So big hockey rink, right? Full-size stadium. Right next door, literally right next door, is the BC. Actually, what is the name of it? The arena, BC Place. Yeah, that's it. Which is where the BC Lions play, which is our football arena, right? And so Rush was playing in Rogers Arena, and in BC Place. Why am I blanking on the name of this band? Not band, even. Boy band. I want to say 500 Days of Summer, but I know that's not the right one. One Direction. That's it. So, One Direction was playing right next door to Rush. So, it was just like a bunch of, stoned 50-year-olds and a bunch of just younger metalheads basically walking out at the same time as 50,000 14-year-olds were coming out of the other building, and the crowds just mingled. And it was the funniest fucking crowd ever. And all the metalheads are lining up for public transit, and all of the little kids are like, "Where's mom? Is mom here yet? Can't do it. Is mom here? Have you seen mom? Where's her car? She said she's parking over there." They're all waiting for their parents to come pick them up. So fucking funny. And I'm sitting there just kind of high, a little bit drunk, just wandering in the general direction of the 7-Eleven to go buy a Gatorade. So I was just really thirsty. And we wandered, we made it over to the 7-Eleven. We walked in. And again, in the 7-Eleven, it was bunch of old dudes, children just buying bags of gummy bears and shit. And all the old guys just making them sell out immediately on their Gatorade because we're just we need to rehydrate. But yeah, that band that I linked, Hum, is probably my favorite band of all time. I always like to promote them. They were once quoted by a MTV rep that they are Weezer with balls. Weezer if they had balls. It's a little proggy. It's very shoegaze. It's heavy shoegaze. Okay, we can turn that on even though it's not going anywhere. You might fall asleep while watching live, but you were lurking anyway. You just wanted to say thanks for the gifted sub. Well, thanks for being around to get gifted a sub, friend. Who actually gave you the sub? Oh, looks like it was Rory. Well, cheers. Shoutouts to Rory, who I think is still here. What's with these homies dissing my girl? What? What are you even quoting? Like, genuinely have no idea. Beer time. Yeah, sure. Always beer time. Wondering if anybody else is going to die of old age. This dwarf is so impressive to me. Because this dwarf was as far gone depressed as he possibly could be. Purple levels of depressed. Oh, right, sure. I don't really listen to Weezer these days, so I forget all of their lyrics, like, immediately. So when I read them without, like, the tune in the background, it's like... You know what I mean? It's like I need to hear the actual song to catch on if I'm reading lyrics. I was like, I like old Weezer, but they've kind of gone in a similar direction for me as like Green Day, where it's like opening to the Buddy Holly one. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'd recognize it if I heard the song. Combat? Oh no. Got somebody knock over a building. It's like, wait, what? Knocked over a chest. Well, that's not good. 29 days in prison. At least it's just 29 days in prison. Means the captain of the guard is going to go lock up, wait, what? Although, I will say, I do unironically love Beverly Hills. Just because I have this memory of around the time that song actually came out. My parents used to like ditch me and my sisters at my grandma's house from time to time so that they could go on like weekend getaways without the kids. Understandable, right? I think everybody probably has similar memories to that. But my parents would leave me and my older sister and my little sister with my grandma on Vancouver Island, and they'd go off and do whatever. And my grandma was good. Like she would take us to the beach because like it was over on Vancouver Island, so there was lots of beaches. We'd make sandcastles. We'd go hang out by the creek in the forest behind our house. We'd go do all kinds of like things that kids do, right? We'd go mini golfing because there was a lot of mini golf courses. There was 2. Now there's 1. We'd go to the fair if it was in town and all that stuff. Like we had a good time. But one of the things that we all used to do was every other night we would go to the video store whenever we'd stay with her because there was this little privately owned video rental shop up the street. It was like a 2-minute drive or something from where she lived. And so we would go there every other day and we would get 2 movies. We'd watch one that night and one the next night because it was like, I think, $1 to rent a movie if you brought it back within 48 hours. So it was like you put down $5 and then they'd give you a $4 refund if you brought it back within 48 hours. So we'd bring it back within 48 hours and she'd get her $4 return and then we'd go rent 2 more movies. And that was just kind of how we did it. But I remember this one time, and it had to have been right when Beverly Hills came out, because every single time I walked into that store, that song was playing. So to me, I associate Beverly Hills with like hanging out with my grandma and renting VHSs, and that is like an exceptionally nostalgic concept for me. So I have a very, very, very soft spot for Beverly Hills. Which I think is a fair reason to enjoy a song. Beverly Hills. It's not like it's a bad song to begin with. No, I mean it's not like, I mean it's a hell of a lot better to randomly get Beverly Hills stuck in your head than like Holla Back Girl, which is also like stuck in my head all the time for some stupid fucking reason. Like I genuinely couldn't tell you why Holla Back Girl is almost a day has not gone by in my life since 2009 where that song hasn't like phased through my brain at least once. I couldn't tell you why. It's there, and I'm cursed for all eternity with the existence of that song being stuck in my brain. The shit is bananas. That's all I have to say. Just your usual era pop? Yeah. Also, to give you an idea on how much I like the band Hum, my Discord like status for like the last year and a half has been Outback Counting Stars, which is a line from a Hum song. That's how much I like Hum. However much you tried. I saw two people playing... I thought about Gangnam Style for the first time in a while because two people were playing DDR at PAX right next to Kiri's stream when she was streaming, and they played Gangnam Style 4 times in a row. And they were all really bad, so they missed every single note. So it's like Gangnam Style, but with fail just in the background constantly, because DDR. So... You got a surprise in 1 hour? What's your surprise? Did you buy erotic necromancy and you're doing something stupid with it? I'm gonna say a thing, and it's gonna sound kind of mean, but I don't mean it in a mean way, Diamond. I like how you've said before that you can't afford to sub to Twitch streams. Totally fair. Never gonna be an issue. But you can't afford to sub to, Twitch streams, but you do own gremlinformayor.nl. Which is obviously why you can't afford to sub to Twitch streams. So you didn't buy eroticnecromancy.com. Cool. Well, that's good. Probably for the best. You instead bought eroticnecromancy.xxx, right? You did not? I did not. Sure. It's just like when people say I did not, I can't automatically hear Tommy Wiseau's voice going, I didn't hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Pretty much, yeah. Also, we're stuck in a saving stream, so. Did not do it. He did not. So we're now into early spring of the year. Smoke them if you got them. All right, so it's time for everybody to like get all the weed memes. It's the year of hobo. First of granite. Anyway, moving on. Ha 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 ha, 420 funny. Yeah, exactly. Pre-slicely. Not that it really matters. Because you know it doesn't. It's just another year. It's also not actually 420 years of this world that I've played, because the world started on year 5. So technically this fortress is 415 years old. 415 years old. So 425 will be the 420th anniversary of this particular fortress. He was content after pondering epidemic disease. That's something that, like, they've been pondering a lot, although that kind of makes sense for a doctor, right? Like, this dwarf is a doctor, right? So it would kind of make sense. as to why they would feel good about that. Hello, Eli Kaboo. How's things? We're talking about all the weird stuff today. Today's been all over the place. Let's see. We've gone from like weird laws to comedic death metal bands with offensive names to man. We've had all the that's how you know it's been a good stream, is when I can't remember all the different subjects we've talked about today. But hopefully it's been entertaining. Oh god, yawn. I need to pour more coffee. Oh. Well, I've got to pour more coffee before we kill some humans, apparently. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. To me, recommending you music. I mean, I recommend everybody music. They have a bunch of albums that nobody's listened to. Their only song that really made any waves or splashes was Stars by, or was from On Stars from You'd Prefer an Astronaut was the name of the album. Which I wouldn't even say is their best song anymore, but it's the only song that made any waves. And then there's like, they have albums like Electra 2000, which literally nobody listened to. Like that song is, that whole album is criminally underrated. It's just another classic example of, they got really big really quickly and then tried to jump their label, and their label was like, by the way, we own all your music. Well, fuck you, I guess. They finally got it all back, like, in the last 4 years, and then their drummer died. Let's lock everybody inside. I feel like this is going to be a small siege. Large copper helm. Yep, still from the same people. Well, that human's running quick. Hold up, there's some things I gotta check. That's not open. And that's not open. Okay, so I gotta reset the thing. You open? You open? You. Oh. And you. Well, that, do it now. Seems like a smallish siege, but we'll see. Yeah, I think it's going to be a very small siege. Starting to think that this faction is starting to run out of people to send. All right, front door closed. Yeah, that's a very small siege. I could just, like, crush them. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have more soldiers than that in my fort. Also, Rory, how's the kind of end of your summer been? Also, I'll say this. I know this might sound weird, but PAX was weirdly normal. PAX was weirdly normal. It was smaller, which was actually kind of nice. Like, there was less big exhibitors there, and way less people. But, you know, restrictions were good. To the point where, like, I'm cautiously optimistic about actually, like, properly going to conventions again next year, depending on where I am financially. Although, I think I'm, like, 90 to 95% certain I'll go to at least PAX West next year, just because of how cheap it is for me to go to it. Might try and do East next year, depending. On if any of my teammates can go. Like, if I had the opportunity to meet up or work with some of my teammates directly at PAX East, I would probably go to PAX East. Thinking about it. Depends on how much travel costs. TwitchCon's still kind of meh for me, though. Although I've stared at TwitchCon EU briefly because it's like, it's in Paris. And then it's like, do I want to go to Paris? Because I don't know if I want to go to Paris, to be honest. I don't know. Been insanely busy. Tonight will be the first night in 3 weeks that you get to relax and not deal with people. And no, need that self-decompressing night to chill and not wow. I don't think I've ever done that. I'm just gonna show this because I think it's funny. This is a racing game that just came out called Trail Out. It's by Good Boys. In my headcanon, this game is made by dogs. Just saying. If you name your studio Good Boys, it has to be made by dogs. that entire team will chase any ball thrown. Exactly, yeah. Throw a ball like it's like how to like throw off productivity in their entire studio like instantly. Throw a ball. It's like ball. It's like naming a studio after like nuts or something and then not immediately getting associated with squirrels. It's like, well, obviously they're going to be associated with squirrels. They're walnuts. I almost don't want to fight with these or kill these dudes because there's so few of them. It's like it's not even worth it. Here's the guy coming from the other side. These nuts, true. Well, we're gonna have... Oh. How'd that human get past all this? Well, I guess we haven't had the chance to reset any of them. Get him. Because I guess we, like, just finished a fight after I ended last time, and I didn't realize that. Okay, here come my dwarves. Comes like Hoshan. Alright, so this recruit gonna run over this way. And then the spear dwarf strikes the human recruit in the upper body with his spear, tearing apart the muscle and the lower spine's nervous tissue through the large flammable cape. The spear dwarf strikes the human recruit in the head with his spear, jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. The human recruit is knocked unconscious, and Hoshan says, "In the midst of conflict, I feel no terror. How fleeting life is. This does not scare me," says Hoshan. Terrified and afraid. Does not scare me, uh-huh. Terrified and afraid, uh-huh. Sure, it doesn't scare you. You know, pretty sure we could just kill these dudes. No. That the corridor in the short where you see trolls getting vaporized is a different fort. That's Threat Dweller. This is Longdeath. It's in the title of the stream, so thus we will be in, I don't know, 3 hours, 4 hours. I stream for about 12 hours generally when I stream. Sometimes longer. Often longer. So yes, I do stream Songs of Six. You just noticed. Yeah, there you go. We started off with Songs of Six yesterday. Oh. That's all good. Nobody sees the titles on Twitch. Long-running issue on Twitch. You know what? Let's just we'll just stab these dudes to death. Get 'em, lads, or don't. Kind of a sexy beast do we have here? A bunch of stupid humans that are running into my fort. That's what. I've never actually looked at the wiki for Songs of Six. I'm not much of a wiki delver unless I need to be. Sometimes not in the stream. It's an amazing quality app. Hey, at least it's better than Facebook Gaming's app, which just got discontinued. Generally, as long as you're not trying to subscribe to a channel, I think the Twitch app's like perfectly passable. It's got all the features you need. It's just there's some things that are a little bit poorly designed, but in general, it's not bad. What's the pop on this city? In Songs of Six or Longdeath? Because this fortress is very small, but this fortress is trying to beat a world record. If you want an example of this fortress, exclamation point Longdeath. I mean, I only just started a city in Songs of Six, so like 250, 260? It's 2 humans down. Spearmaster stabs the human spearman in the right upper leg with her spear fracturing the bone through the large rope-reed robe. There's also a 45-minute long interview with the developer of Songs of Six on my YouTube channel. You got totally wrecked. Regaining your population in Songs of Six is pretty easy. That game's very simple. Like, I play that game to calm down and relax after I play this. Right, what? How many of them are left? 1, 2. Okay, where are they, though? They're up there? You know what? We could how many are still? In the tunnels. Okay, let's turn them around. Lads, turn around! Move back out of the... Turn off the burrow. Turn on the burrow. Really don't want to turn around, hey? Okay. Okay, let's just let them keep running forward, I suppose. That's what they insist on doing. Yeah, I'm not going to be talking a huge amount about Songs of Six because that just confuses the people about what game I'm playing currently. Like, that game's great, but I'm not playing it right now, so it's difficult for me to just sit here and talk about it. Like, I can, but it's not my choice conversation subject currently because I'm still playing Dwarf Fortress. If you want to talk to me about your city, that's totally fine. But, like, if I don't respond that much or don't have much to say in response or much to really comment on, that's why. But generally in Songs of Six, you do really want to have an army by at least 200 pop. Like, especially now that you can make simple weapons out of carpenter shops out of rocks and sticks. I think they're just like blunt force trauma weapons. It's like just making hammers, essentially. But since you can make really simple weapons now, it's like you quite literally have to do that. If you don't, you're ending your fort or your settlement before it really gets started. All right, so now they're turning around, which is what I need them to do. Yeah, that game allows you to repopulate your cities really quickly. Like you will have to shut down a good portion of your industry, but I've never actually like lost a city in Songs of Six because like I've lost like 80% of my population due to riots and disagreements and getting attacked all at the same time. But like you just shut down the vast majority of your industry, swap down to nothing but only the most important like food preparation things, and then wait for people to show up again, and it repopulates pretty quickly. So, Gremlin, always good Gremlin talks. Yes, Gremlin. Also, over my weekend, this is a little bit relevant. For anybody who wants one of these, I will be adjusting my Patreon so that I can ship you stuff. But if you want a me patch, I'll be mailing those off in the next week and a half to 2 weeks. And once I've mailed them to all my patrons, I'm going to open them up for sale. So if people just want to buy one, I will have a Google Doc where you can just tip me money for them, and then I'll mail you one. I haven't decided exactly how much I'm going to charge for them, though. I'll figure that out after I've mailed them off to the patrons, because I will have paid for postage for a bunch of different people, probably, so we'll figure that out once I've done that. Pretty badass? Yeah. No, you got like 3-4 hours, if I had to guess. Till Songs of Six. And a bunch of food, dealing with scheduled 6 time. Yeah. Booster time, I guess. Grilled cheese and Gatorade sounds nice. Can never go wrong with grilled cheese and Gatorade. Chicken soup. Easy to make. Buy some noodles. Buy some chicken stock. Booster and flu shot? Yeah. No, I get my flu shot in 2 weeks? And I got my 4th booster about 2 months ago. Because one of those. All right, let's go up here. Slam that. Slam that. Slam that. I'm not going to say that you should go into lurk mode until Songs of Six, but Dwarf Fortress. Be cool too. Flu shot generally doesn't affect me too much, but like those COVID boosters have been kind of rough. Kind of very rough, if I had to be honest, at least for me. And there we go. The big whoosh begins. Get burned. Oh no. Human isn't burning. That means I have to save and reload. It's fine. Let's just save and reload real quick. He'll finish burning when I load back in. There's a bug in this version where sometimes if you set people on fire, they don't actually catch fire. It sets their clothing on fire, but not their body. I think that it's actually been fixed, though. I really like this headline. I probably shouldn't, but I really, really, really like this headline. Like, Dwarf Fortress Steam Edition threatens to make it playable for just about anyone. Threatens? It's the threat! With 24/7 classical guitar with dwarven vocals to chill and build forts to. It's like, damn right. All right, let's jump back in to the year 420. And now that human bursts into flames. Perfect. But yeah, it'll also clean up the bodies. Be very helpful. Hopefully they all just get torched, and then there's... Also, I can remove the dwarves from the burrow. Hopefully they all just get torched. And then I can just drain the thing instead of having to wait for the whole thing to burn through. So how many are left? There's a few left, but there's those bodies down there. We can just deal with the bodies manually. That's also okay. You do not really believe that more than 5% of the buyers will stick with it more than a few hours? What gives you that impression? I mean, I think that Dwarf Fortress is a much easier game than I think you realize, Aeroda. It's a game that's just as replayable, if not significantly more replayable, based on the way it's designed than something like RimWorld. The UI is more than approachable. It's no harder than like any Paradox game. I think that's a weird take. I think that's the take of somebody who's never played Dwarf Fortress. Because you don't fully realize what this game is. It's literally like the best parts of RimWorld times 500 and also Kenshi in the same video game. They buy and they might get discouraged. It has a full step-by-step tutorial included with the game. What's discouraging about that? I think that there will be a small percentage of people like that for sure, because people buy games that they don't play on Steam all the damn time. But 5% of people? Ah, okay. 5%? Really? That's a... Maybe like only 70% of the people who buy it will put in more than a few hours. I think that that's a very knowledgeless take. So, which is fine. A lot of people say things that they know nothing about all the time. I mean, I think Songs of Six is also maybe even a better example, actually, because Songs of Six is also a tricky game. It's got obtuse UI. It's got a lot of mechanics that are horribly explained, and like a non-existent tutorial. Yet, like, if you go to Songs of Six's Steam page, that's what the kids would call a hater take, I would say, Era. If you go to the Songs of Six Steam page, it's got 1,800 overwhelmingly positive reviews. And let's just look at our counts here. 23, 15, 10, 9, 55, 69, nice. 27, 116, 42. I expect Dwarf Fortress to be exactly the same as that. Exactly the same. Oh. Like, I don't expect it to sell as well as RimWorld, but it'll sell. And the people who buy it will play it. Oh, brilliant. Somebody just followed me on Twitter who I'm just like, oh no, it's a company I'm not a huge fan of. And before they're watching the stream, and they unfollow me on Twitter immediately. I know you're wrong. I know for a fact that you're wrong, because if it sells like shit, the people who buy it already play Dwarf Fortress. The pessimistic take is that it doesn't sell well, right? The pessimistic take is that it doesn't sell well. and only people who already play it buy it. That's the pessimistic take. And then a large percentage of people play it anyway. Sorry. I keep getting emails from that company. Now interested in my takes? Fair enough. I have a lot of takes. It will sell. Well, then, I think that your 5% take fits in very well, Arrow, with one of my favorite like pieces of internet commentary, which is 78% of statistics are made up. And that's what that statistic read to me. Like, you're like, only 5% of the people who play the game will play it for more than a few hours. That's it. Where'd you get that number from? Is all that I want to like ask you now. Is like, where on earth did you get that number from? Because it makes no sense. Hey, Rovod, the merchant, has given birth to a baby boy. We got a brand new baby boy in the fortress. Anybody want to be named after a brand new baby in Longdeath? Any takes? Raise your hand. But hello, Mr. Luco. Welcome to the channel. Yes, maybe half a dozen times. Damn, Diamond. Eli wants it. I think you've had one once before. Let me just double check so I number it correctly. Stat. Iron. 1. D. U. Not in this fort. Okay, sweet. Yeah, we can give you the kiddo. I think I spelled that correctly. Let me know if I missed a letter. It happens sometimes. He is the son of Rovad and Lear, and a worshipper of Shin Russetamber, the Red Rocks, and a casual worshipper of the Fuchsia. You've never seen this game before? Really? Genuine question. How in the world did you end up in my channel if you've never seen this game before? Because it's really hard for people to find Dwarf Fortress on Twitch if they're not specifically already looking for it. So I just kind of assume that everybody kind of has at least a base knowledge of what Dwarf Fortress is. But let me just read this for a second. His sideburns are clean shaven and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. That's where I screwed up in the line. His very long hair is neatly combed, and he is thin. His ears are somewhat short, and his hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe, and his eyes are cobalt. He likes light yellow diamond, desert tortoise shell, the color flax, and picks and bucklers, and hatch covers, and rings and goblets, and mules for their stubbornness. And the salt monsters for their bloated appearance. Salt monsters. I'm pretty sure that's like literally circuit shit. Like underground stuff. And the words of the amethyst walls. And the sound of the satin of rhyming him. Impossible prefers to consume carrot wine and absolutely hates toads. He personally finds artwork boring. And dreams of raising a family. He's a perfectionist and is not driven rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He is made deeply uncomfortable for differences in appearance and culture. He is very greedy and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he is stubborn. He is quick to anger, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He is moved by art and natural beauty, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has a little interest in joking around, and he is thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Well, he's a baby, so of course he thinks he's important. Isn't particularly curious about the world, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he starts to drone when he's exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day, like any baby should. And just kind of stay impressively, yes. No accounting for taste. I mean, I like Twitch chat for its bloated appearance too. So, just because this dwarf's a big fan of Twitch chat doesn't mean like you need to ask him to taste Twitch chat. That's a little strange. There's one human left in here? Come on. But Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is one of the first ever crowdfunded games. And the original inspiration for Minecraft and RimWorld. It is a world simulator that has three main modes of play. It generates 100, 200, 500, maybe even 1,000 years of history for you. This includes millions of individuals, their lives, their life history, their religion, their faction, books they've read or written, places they've traveled to, crimes they've committed, places they've been jailed in, jobs they've had, tasks they've done, people they've talked to, friends they've had, relationships they've had, marriages they've had, and children that they've had and how they died. It generates creatures, religions, books, poetry, forms of poetry, musical instruments, I think I already said factions, wars, and all of that. Then it's all written down and cataloged in chronological order in Legends mode, which is one of the three modes of play. Legends mode's essentially just like, here's like a digital book that you can kind of sift through and read all of the text of your world that you've generated. This is the world map for the world that we're currently in. It's a very small one because we're trying to break the record for the longest running fortress. I've been running this fortress for 2 years, real time. As of August 24th, I think, was when I started it. And then there's Adventure Mode, which is one of the three modes of play. Adventure Mode is... The easiest way to describe it is it's a top-down open-world RPG. I would call it... Do I have offsite backups? Yes, multiple in the cloud. Mostly up on the Dwarf Fortress database, actually. If you want to download the save file for it, it's connected to this command. That's the last link is the save file for year 400, but I have one every 5 years. So the Adventure Mode is essentially a open world turn-based RPG, kind of roguelike-ish, roguelike adjacent. They probably should have the copyright for the Nemesis system because Dwarf Fortress has multiple systems that could be called a Nemesis system. In fact, the entire game is like a Nemesis system, essentially. So in Adventure Mode, you can travel between fortresses you've built in the world, go and explore the procedurally generated world. Large worlds are quite literally the size of a small planet. I've heard them described as like larger than the square kilometers of the moon. So they're quite large. Lots of stuff to do in them. You could go on quests, you could topple civilizations, you could assassinate a king, you could slay a dragon, you could steal artifacts, you could transfer artifacts from one of your forts to another fort, go steal artifacts from another faction and bring it back to your fort, or do whatever. And then there's Fortress Mode, which is the most popular mode of play, which is what we're playing right now, where you build a dwarven fortress, but you are locked out from the other two modes while you're in Fortress Mode. If you end a fortress or retire a fortress, then you're booted back into the main menu, and you could start an adventure in that world if you wanted. Or various other things. That is kind of the short version of what Dwarf Fortress is. My favorite, like, I'm gonna just be a crazy detective for a second and, like, connect all of the dotted lines with, like, yarn on a map on a wall, is Dwarf Fortress started development in 2002. Had closed private testers and players up until about 2003, and then got a public release for the original version in 2006. Dwarf Fortress was the original inspiration for the level generation for a game called Infiniminer, which was made by Zach, who I can never remember the last name of, who founded Zachtronics. Infiniminer was an open source PvP game where you'd spawn into a map and then you'd build the map in like a kind of what ended up would look like Minecraft eventually in like a PvP arena, and then you'd shoot each other. You can still play it. It's open source and free. Minecraft was forked out of Infiniminer originally, and Notch actually quoted stating it was a Infiniminer clone when he won some of the initial awards for it in like 2009. Then Minecraft started to prototype, have mods for it that made little battle royale modes. They were called the Hunger Games mods. So one of the first places that the Battle Royale genre started to pop up heavily. Also, Epic Games at the time was making a Minecraft clone that they prototyped. Fortnite was the name of it, which was supposed to be an open world survival crafting game where you'd like build stuff out of cubes and weird flat walls. Eventually that got scaled down because they couldn't keep the engine stable and they couldn't make the level generation interesting. And then Fortnite became, it came out eventually as Fortnite Save the World, which was like a tower defense thing, and then eventually became a Battle Royale game due to the popularity of the Battle Royale mods for things like Minecraft and Arma, and also the popularity of games like H1Z1. So if Dwarf Fortress didn't exist, Fortnite wouldn't exist. So this weird thing that I'm staring at right now is the reason we have the most popular game in the world right now. Anyway, that's Dwarf Fortress. But yeah, I have offsite backups for Longdeath, and there's multiple people who have copies of this save file, so it's fine. And I've only had to go back to a save backup once because we fucked up really hard. Really bad, but Dwarf Fortress is kind of like one of the longest running indie darlings, I would say, in just games in general. Like it's been around for a very, 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 very long time, and it's still around. But the kind of neat thing about it is that after all of these years of development, they're finally, for better or for worse, gonna sell it because it's a free game currently, and it's always been free, and it still will be free. There will still be a free version, but they're making a version with fancy graphics, and like they made a new UI for it, and that'll be out sometime either the end of this year or starting next year, if I had to guess. Yep. No, I mean, the public release came out as PayPal launched. Well, I mean, the UI will be available for free, but the free version of the new UI will look like... Give me a sec. This. So the new free UI will just look like this. Whoopsies. That's not what I wanted to open. That's what I wanted to open. The new free UI will look like this. So it'll still be ASCII. It'll just be clickable ASCII. I think that this UI looks awesome, actually. I'm not sold on like the weird bracket things on that, but like I think this looks awesome, personally. Looks very stylish. I don't know. There's something about just like the jet black. Reminds you of Kata. Yeah, I mean, any like rogue-esque game that has, you know, ASCII graphics that has a big complicated UI is going to look similar to it. Everything from Cataclysm all the way down to like, you know, anything. Okay, so there's still one invader alive in here. So I guess we'll just wait until it burns him. That body at the very least. Oh, come on. Run up to the lava. Jump into the lava. Jump into the lava, you stupid human. Or don't. But yeah, no. Something actually that I thought was really interesting, which was a discussion I had with Zach and Tarn, was their goal, quite literally, for Premium is something that I've been hoping for, which is matching all of the features that the average person uses from DF Hack and Therapist. You know what I mean? It's like their entire goal of Premium is to just match those features with an equivalent that is good enough for the average user to play Dwarf Fortress. Because like right now, like what turns people off of playing Dwarf Fortress right now is you go look up a guide on how to play it, and they tell you to install 3 different pieces of software just to run the game. They're building actual labor management interface. Have you not seen it? Yeah, they have a labor management interface. You can, it's not a grid system like RimWorld's. It's all of the jobs are listed on the left hand of the screen, and you click it and it shows all the dwarves that currently have that job assigned. Let me scroll through and find it. Give me a hot second. Or a cold minute, whatever you prefer. Let's go down here. Just whatever it is, just don't give me a cold cup of coffee. That's just sad. But like, because Zach does all the testing, right? He was saying that he when he had to learn the game to be able to test it, he realized very quickly that he needed to play it in a way that was like like in vanilla, right? But he was curious as to how it would play with all of the like assists added in that other players deem as very, very helpful. And he said that all it did was make it harder to play the game. The game kept crashing and he found it very frustrating. Puts cold coffee in a microwave. Don't burn the coffee! I'd rather have cold coffee. So this is the live stream that PAX did. Let's pause this. Where is their labor screen? They do show it. I think he shows it like right at the beginning here. Like one of the first things he does. That's a stockpile. It was like before he started mining, I think, so I should be able to find it pretty quick. It does it not? Also, before anybody asks, no, I actually haven't played it. But I do know some things that you guys don't know. Yeah, so they look at the map. Longdeath's paused in the background, so... Hey, look, it me.
You'd make a stockpile, accept wood, and then...
Wish I could skip by like
some trees down.
a few minutes.
Don't have the trees.
Haven't had to press 20 keys so far. It's pretty good.
Start time going.
There's a point where he opens it up to show it.
And while they're chopping.
Where is it? Because he channels that, and then he goes to job screen. It's right here. This is the job screen. Work details. That's it. So you can see all the basic jobs, and then he's got miners selected, and so he selects you mine, and that's the new job screen. That's the detailed like overview of the new job screen. So miners, woodcutters, hunters, and then one like say you click on hunters, it'll give you the granular like more specific jobs, and also you can select only people who are selected to do this, everybody does this, or nobody does this. So you can like this is more than enough to manage 250 dwarves. More than enough. But you know, also I think it's kind of funny because like this channel, this PAX channel, that's an ad. Bleh. Like if you just go by their clips, like all of the top clips are Dwarf Fortress. And if you go by highlights, you know, most of the VODs have like, you know, 20 to 30, maybe 40 views. There's like one here with like 700. Yeah, this one, 700 on the adventure games panel. You know, Dwarf Fortress 9,700. Like everybody's just like, holy fuck, Dwarf Fortress. So, late to the party. When's the new version going to be released? No idea. Maybe this year, probably this year, maybe not this year. If not this year, early January, maybe February. But probably this year. I do know something that you guys don't know, which is why I'm saying maybe this year, maybe early next year. Mostly because, like, private thing, but... So, TLDR, one of the people on the team might be moving and won't be able to work. It's not Zach or Tarn, but it's one of the other people on the team might be moving and won't be able to work for 30 days, so it depends on if he can get his stuff done. They're still redoing all of the art from when Meth got booted off the team. It would pretty much be done by this point if they didn't have to remove Meth from the team, which blows. Yep. You can absolutely assign specific tasks to a specific dwarf. You can get very granular about it just like before. But the overall tasks menu is very simplified from the P menu to L. VPL is the current hotkey combination to change a job on a dwarf. Because currently to change a job, you select the dwarf, you go to the P, their profile, then you hit L for labors, and then you use plus and minus on the numpad to scroll this menu and select the task you want to add, and then give them the job by pressing enter. It's super easy when you know how to do it. The problem is developing the muscle memory for it because it's such a backwards control scheme versus modern game dev. Not even that hard to do. It's just a very click-heavy way to change a dwarf's labor. I mean, if you don't know how to find, one of my favorite, one of my favorite things that I ever saw somebody say with Dwarf Fortress was they took Dwarf Fortress and they just turned it on and started a world generating and then told their friend, exit the game. Or rather, this was a story that I think Picture Point likes to tell. It literally just a friend of his started the world generating and then just looked at him and said, exit the game. And he couldn't figure out how to do it. It's like you have to hit A for abort, and then you can exit the menu from the abort menu. You have to pause it, then abort it, then you can hit the exit from the exit menu, and then you go back to the main menu, and then pressing escape doesn't let you exit from the main menu. You have to use the keyboard to go to quit at the bottom of that menu to exit the game. Yeah, no, when people ask me, what's the hotkey combination for this thing when I'm not playing Dwarf Fortress? And I'm like, it's B, C, W, U, M, K. It's like, I don't know. Just over here typing like a madman and my keyboard's smoking. Yeah, just read the UI. It's right there. Yeah, I literally need to sit down at a keyboard to explain to other people how to play Dwarf Fortress. You know, it's good. These dwarves are all just hanging out in the temple and chilling. I got this pain in my elbow. I feel like I whacked my elbow on something hard last night. Ow. One other thing that I want to just tell people about Dwarf Fortress now, though, is in order for Zach and Tarn to match their current revenue, they need to sell 20,000 copies a year, which is easy to do. S1111111111111111112. Hello. Thanks for the raid. Dwarf raid. A raid of dwarves. Well, we've got beer. If you've got dwarves, we've got beer. So, chat, can I get a round of beers for the incoming dwarf raid? Hello, DeWild Grim. How's things? How do you say your name? Because I would be inclined to just be like numbers. But hello. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to Longdeath. This is a currently on year 420, 415-year-old fortress. Which I've built to prove that frame rate death isn't really a thing. It's V-Big. But you changed it as a joke, so it was Slothrop, but you... Was that like a you didn't realize it takes 6 months to get your name back? I know a few people that happened to. But, thank you very much, Slothrop, for the raid. A party of 6. Much appreciated. This is, all of the stuff that I've built in this fortress over the years. Including a tube of lava that goes all the way from the far up surface all the way down to here. Wild Peak, thank you very much for the 48th month.
It only took me 48 months, but I finally got the 48-month streak.
You had to commit to it. Sometimes you just have to commit to it. I know that, I don't know if he's still here, but one of my audience members, Animal, yeah, I think he went to bed. But Animal 104, spelled A-N-Y, Animal, changed his name as a joke. And then, because the old name that you had becomes available for other people after 3 months, but you can't get a new name for 6 months. You take the crown. It's pretty good, isn't it? Cooler did a great job on those. But thank you very much, seriously. Chat, can I get another round of beers for the 48th month resub? He changed his name to that, to something else. I can't even remember what it was. And then after 3 months, he made a second account to get his old name back. And then he got his old name on a second account. And then he goes, fuck, how long does it take for a name to become... Like, when you make a second account to get your old name back, how long does it take if you delete that account for that name to become available again? So he waited 6 months on that account, changed the name on that account, and then waited another 3 months to get his original name back. It was like a year's process. Domain parking Twitch edition? Yeah, I mean, it's like the one person who has twitch.tv/blind, which I will never get because on their account it has a thing that says, no, I'm not selling this username. It's like... Also still logs into the account every 6 months. It's like, well, great. Cool. I'd give 3 of my toes for that name, but I'll never get it. But anyway, yeah. Over here, my name's Blind. I stream a lot of Dwarf Fort. I stream other things too sometimes, and I don't see very well. So that's what we do. To anybody coming over from the Raiders, well, I'm assuming you guys are playing Dwarf Fortress because you did say Dwarf Raid, but what were you playing? Any fun happenings? Is that the actual number? I mean, it is a lot of ones. 11 quintillion? 11 quintillion would be a good username. Just like 11 quintillion. Got kind of a fun ring to it. Sounds like a Bond villain. I am Stevie Quintillions, and I'm here to, like, I don't know, erupt 1,000 volcanoes on Earth. 1 minute left until your surprise. Need to make gloves for my mayor, 2 of them. Got to do some productive trading. Gotcha. Are you new to the game, or have you been playing for a while? Last human finally got torched. Well, we can pull that one. That's fine. Pull that. Pull that. That'll drain the lava out. Price is not working yet. All right. Yeah, this is how we drain the lava out of this trap. Off the side of the map. Bye-bye, lava. I think I could actually open the front door, too. Isn't your primary game, but with premium cover coming out, you figure it will be more popular of a game? I mean, it'll be popular. I mean, I don't know how popular. I'm hoping very popular, naturally. As like one of the only people actively covering it on YouTube, I certainly hope it'll be popular. Stop talking. You bought the .com domain. Okay, so I was almost right. You just didn't buy erotic necromancy. Instead, you bought gremlinformayor.com. I mean, I didn't ask you to do that, so why would I have to be happy now? Hold up. Let me update the command. God, shitballs. I wait? Is it... Is it gonna play Drinking Industry? Fuck, I can't stop sneezing. Hold up. I'm just saying, I want you to turn that website into like a GeoCities website where there's just like 50 GIFs playing in the background and like, it just looks awful. Now you have to add that. I mean, just embed like Drinking Industry and then it just plays Drinking Industry when... Sparkly mouse effects. Yeah! Little lines that follow your... Turns your mouse into a firework. You know how slow IT is? I mean, it's mostly just waiting for servers to load, right? Comic Sans font? No, that might be a bit. That's a bridge too far. It's okay. You don't have, you can always just go to whenever you want to remind yourself what crappy websites look like, just go to heavensgate.com, but don't send them an email. You know, I check like once every 6 months to make sure this website's still up. Still up. It's a suicide cult, to be clear. Or Wayback Machine. You never managed to find it again? Yeah, I used to have a GeoCities account like a bajillion years ago. But yeah, no, I certainly hope that Dwarf Fortress will be a bigger game on Twitch. I know for a fact people like Co Carnage and Burke Black will be playing it because they've said they will. But who knows how big it'll actually be. I just hope I can continue to pay rent. plus a few numbers. Yep. No. No, I know what you mean. Didn't have anything to do with your birthday and your... Ah. Like, definitely didn't, or it didn't wink? 5 hours of meetings and 10-hour coffee. Yeah, absolutely. And then 2 minutes productive and 4-hour break. Okay. So it's like a union job is what you're saying. Although, I guess you could say that my job's super easy, but also very slow because all I do is sit here and play video games all day. So how could I possibly be productive while I'm just sitting here and playing video games all day? I mean, come on. Like, where am I going to find time to upload stuff to YouTube when all I'm doing is just, like, sitting here and editing or streaming video games on the internet all day? Like, how could I possibly be productive any other way? Ah. Now I'm wondering what you're actually doing, Diamond, because your air quotes surprise hasn't like really done too much just yet. You know when you sneeze a whole bunch and then like your nose just starts running? This is like a problem now. Because now my nose is running. Usually this time of year I get mild allergies. But this is what it is. It's more like your throat locks up. Yeah, that too. I didn't quite sneeze enough for that. Might be hard to find. Yeah, it's kind of small. It's like when I see a wolf spider running into my house and I have to go catch it to like transport it back outside because they're not that common and they're very beneficial, especially to have around your garden. So when a wolf spider gets into my apartment, it's like, oh crap, I gotta fight it. And then I can't lose sight of it because they like to cram themselves into a little corner and then I'll never see it again. And then there will just be a wolf spider starving to death in my apartment. Was in awe remembering a completely sublime floor hatch. Wish I was so amused by things. Actually, I guess I kind of am. I guess that's kind of like being in awe of like a suspension bridge or something. Probably, yeah. I mean, wolf spiders are the only spider that we have here that are big. They're like full-size ones are like, you know, about the size of the palm of your hand. Like they'd fit in the palm, like their legs would like span the palm of your hand. But like their bites are pretty gnarly, but they're not poisonous or anything. They just hurt. But they're webless cave spiders, so they seek out dark corners. They like little hidey holes that they can tuck into, and then they jump out and they kill things. So they're kind of adorable, actually. I love having them around my garden pots because like they'll tuck in. Like I actually have like these little dark objects that like watering can is like a dark space, right? That I'll leave sideways and they'll climb in there. Like I have a damaged watering can that doesn't work anymore because it leaks. And they'll like go all the way into it and they will like, I'll see them just bolt out and like grab small bug and then drag it back in like a little fucking murderer. Like they're so cute, but I like them outside of my house because there's like almost no bugs in my house. Like I have some fruit flies, but they can't eat fruit flies. Or they don't eat fruit flies, rather. They eat, like, ground bugs. It's because we're in the same climate area, right? Wild Peak, like, I don't think you're much further north than me. Like, maybe a little bit, but wolf spiders like temperate climates. If you're in like a temperate climate, with like seasons, you'll have wolf spiders. But I only see them because I grew up in a house in the middle of nowhere, and now I live right next to a forest, a large forest park in an apartment building on the ground floor. So that's why I see them, is because they just wander in. They get lost. So, I mean, like, they're not a specific unique animal, unlike pikas, which are unique to here. I don't think you have pikas. Although I learned recently that apparently pica means, like, penis in Portuguese, which is kind of hilarious. Makes Pikachu way funnier. Because they're so goddamn cute. Yeah, they are. They really are. Although they're fucking annoying. God. I'm going up Golden Ears Mountain on the 17th and 18th, spending the night up there. There's pikas at the top of that thing. The last time I was up there, I could hear, like, they were just screaming at all the hikers. It was like, Pika! Really far away. Ah! Really loudly at you. You could never be annoyed with it. It's too hilarious. What, that pikas are penises, or like the sound that they make? You know, I will, out of all of the sounds that I could hear while hiking and camping, I'll take pikas over elk any day. Cool husband, thanks for the second month. Welcome back. Pog. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the second month with Prime? Cool husband, thanks for keeping this sub up and alive, and thanks for keeping this stream funded. For some reason, I was like, I'm about to start making submarine jokes, but elk are like banshees screaming in the wilderness. They're just like, ah! It's like, holy shit, someone's dying off in a distance. Let's make a bunch of rock crafts. Get some carried away. You wonder if Cthulhu's finally here? Yeah, no, I mean, the first time I heard an elk while camping was in Scouts, and I was sleeping in a tent, and we watched this little indie movie. Or me and my friend Ash, we watched an indie movie on his iPod Classic. Yeah, we both had one earbud in. We were sharing a tent. This was definitely the best movie ever to watch while camping. In a tent, in the middle of goddamn nowhere. It's called, you may have heard of it. It's the Blair Witch Project. And, you know, like, we knew what we were getting into. Like, we were there for it. Like, we thought we were brave, I guess. Anyway, we were like trying to sleep. Hearing rustling. Little scared, but you know, trying to sleep. Like 2 o'clock in the morning. Dozed off. Woken up to the sound of elk. I think it's the loudest I've unironically just screamed in the middle of the night. What a choice to watch while camping. Oh, I mean, like I said, we knew exactly what we were getting into. We knew it was like a movie that would be scary for camping. I honestly, I think we would have been totally fine if that elk hadn't gone off at 7 o'clock in the morning. Just elk sounds suddenly, like maybe a couple 100 meters away from our campsite. Just surprised I didn't piss myself. But yeah, maybe not my best decision that I've ever made. As far as what to watch. While camping. Oh, I'm sure. Like, they're very intelligent critters, right? And like, The variations in their calls are fascinating, but just hearing them is like the worst thing in the world. Although something I hear quite frequently are white-tailed deer mating calls out here. That's something that we hear very frequently, especially in the lower elevation mountains that I camp in. You just hear like woof, 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 off in the distance. It's like, oh, huh. Well, please don't be shouting at me over there, buck. They're not just making a shriek, it's also a very low rumble. Yeah, but we only hear the shriek. But like there's plenty of like different sounds that we can't hear as humans that animals can hear, right? What I'm saying is they really need to up the subwoofer volume a little bit so we can actually hear them, you know what I'm saying? It's like when you're on a road or like next to a road and all you hear is it's like some car goes by and you're like, Jesus, man. Just feel the ground vibrating. Although I think my favorite piece of spectral, my favorite thing to throw into a spectrograph is actually that recorded sound of a black hole that NASA got that, you know, they've shared on their Twitter like 5 dozen times now. Possibly one of my favorite things to look at in a spectrograph. Because it's just so fucking cool. They were able to record goddamn black hole sounds. There was actually a comment I saw on one of their tweets with it where it was just like, yo, I'm completely blind, can't see anything. So this is really cool that I could hear space now. That's something I really kind of appreciate. Because it's not something you immediately think about, generally. I mean, I've heard elk many times while camping now, right? It was just that first time that I heard them that, like, I damn near shit my pants. It was just that first time. Since then, it's been fine, though. Okay, we're able to melt metal objects now. Let's see how much of that's gone. Not much, but hey. And transcoded it into audio. Yep. I'm just kind of thinking about this now because it's like at the forefront of my brain due to the fact of us, you know, kind of discussing this. And I mentioned an iPod Classic, but anybody here seen those like iPod mods where people are putting SSDs into iPod Classics? 'Cause I think I might need to do that. I might need to put an SSD into an iPod Classic. I might need to do that. I obviously haven't, but thinking about it, I might like look into it because I still have my old iPod Classic, my 128 gigabyte iPod Classic. To mod your OG iPod. So I'm not the only one, Cajun? I'm not the only one? My old one, back when I had it, which is literally sitting in this drawer still. But my old one, I used to get bullied a lot when I had it. And there was a kid who took a rare earth magnet and stuck it to the back of it and fucked up the hard drive in it completely. So it hasn't worked for ages due to that. However, that being said, it's still entirely functional outside of that. It's not able to load anything into memory. You looked into the fluctuations of the EM read-in and extrapolated the harmonics of that, and then pitch shifted that into the audible range, but semantics? Yeah, totally. But still really cool feat of audio engineering and science, I'll say. You want to say there was someone that took a bunch of iPod classics and rated them together in a NAS? What? Why? That is... Huh. I mean, like, seriously, why? Why would you do that? Could it run Doom? Of course an iPod Classic could run Doom. A Playdate can run Doom. Obviously an iPod Classic can run Doom. Podnas? Little Podnas. It's definitely a rapper, right? Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. We're smelting down silver. Let's make 300 silver pots, actually. Work on our metal smithing. Using over 17,000 PlayStation 3s as a supercomputer. What about that cryptocurrency mining operation where they were using PS4s? That was also that was pretty good, in my opinion. It's maybe one of my favorite instances of something like that. Although I think like the actual best use for things like that are people like Chip Zell who use Game Boys to write music. That's actually like the best use for old hardware, is making music and art. Oh, hi, Armor. How are you? They're mostly back down to normal here, whatever normal is. The problem is like they're just raising the normal prices now due to inflation, which is, get it, but it sucks. Like I'm still running a 1070, like just a plain ass 1070, like not even a 1070 Ti. Some point in the next few years, I'm gonna need to do like a full PC upgrade. I'm currently like, you know, I'm really excited for the Callisto Protocol, right? I really want to play that game. The issue with the Callisto Protocol is they still haven't posted minimum and recommended requirements yet. And like, this game's gonna be graphically intensive, right? I'm kind of expecting like the minimum requirements to come out and be like too high for my PC, and I just won't be able to play it. Kind of just expecting that. Yeah, same. It's rare that I'll play games that need a higher GPU until I do. And then when I do, I'm immediately sad because I'm like, well, shit. Ah! A game just popped up that makes me mad just by its title. I'm watching the trailer to see if it actually is making me as mad as I think it is. And it turns out it is. Oh, it looks fine. not a roguelike, though. I haven't seen a character movement yet. It's literally just like this looks like an idle game almost. Grr. The fuck? Yeah, pretty much. Speaking of the fuck, game, what you doing? Oh, a human caravan has arrived. Hey, hello, humans. Oh, did I forget to open the door? I did. I thought I queued that up, though. Guess I didn't. It's another farm roguelike, but I'm one of those people who's super finicky about what is and what isn't a roguelike, and it genuinely bothers me when like games pop up that are super duper not roguelikes that use it in their title and stuff. And it's just like, you're literally just making it harder for an old genre of games to continue to exist. That's all that they're doing, and it hurts me emotionally. Is naming levers vanilla? Q. Control N. You can name anything. Lever, table, statue. Pump, door, table, cabinet, armor stand,
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
giggity, doorway, literally anything. Any furniture can be named by hitting Control N. It's still soon, TM. There's a wrinkle that I guess I can... I haven't signed anything, but I talked to them for quite a long time at PAX about when it'll be out. And it kind of comes down to there's one menu they haven't gotten to a point that they're totally happy with it yet, which is the construction screen, which is just unfinished. Like, it's just like, it's a bunch of floating boxes. It has no background. It doesn't look finished yet, but thanks for the 69 cents. You're stupid. It has no like background or anything. It's so that menu is still unfinished, but that they're just trying because they're waiting on artwork for it, which is why it's not finished yet. So that still needs artwork. But the problem is the whole game needed all of the art redone, essentially, except for the dwarves and a few other things, because of the plagiarism concerns with one of their artists. So they got a new artist like a year ago, and they're still redoing the art. And their main art, who goes by Iron Hand Online, whose real name is Jacob, is moving in like a month. So there's going to be like a unknowable number of days where he won't be able to work on art. And apparently there's still like a good month's worth of drawing that needs to be finished. So if he can't get it done before he has to move, they'll be waiting on art, right? There's a few other things that still need to be finalized, but like I've seen a lot of that stuff, and I know what their loading screens are gonna look like. Where's he moving? No idea. I don't even know where he lives. Yeah, I'll help if it helps us get DF faster. That's kind of what I was thinking. It's like we just like get like, could we crowdfund his moving so his moving is faster? Could we like rent him an office temporarily? Like, but I don't know. So I don't even know where Iron Hand is from. But yeah. But aside from that, like apparently they're not happy with how search functions work. Like the search functions in a lot of the menus aren't tied to everything yet. So, I don't know. It'll basically, if art gets done before he moves, it'll be out this fall. If art doesn't get done before he moves, they would land in like mid-December release, and that is the 1 month that they're not willing to release in. Oh, Fight Attack has claimed a workshop. Our little kitty Fight Attack is they're making an artifact. So quarry, square blocks. A forest, okay. Glass, okay. Stacked cloth, okay. Skeletons. All right, let's butcher 2 emus. But like it's basically done. Like they are in the polishing and bug fixing phase. But something that they haven't talked about it much is they have on average a 25% frame rate increase with their performance fixes that they've been doing under the hood as they've been fixing the UI. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. 20% frame rate increase? Like that fort that they showed at PAX had 250 dwarves and 200 plus animals in it, was running at 50 frames. So I'm pretty ecstatic about that. So Kiddo runs off to where we butchered the emu. Grabs 13 emu bone. With a bunch of dwarves who've been given in order to assemble his new apartment. You know, to be fair, like if Zach and Tart ever needed help moving, if they just like put out a call on the internet, imagine it, like I would get on a fucking bus and go down there to help them move or something. But like, yeah, I think at this point it's just, they just need to get it done. What in fact causes infinite frame drops? For a while it was characters getting stuck in trees. Which can still, there is one way you can still get a character stuck in a tree to cause this problem. But it used to be if a character would get stuck in a tree, they'd try and path down. And that would like just fuck your frames immediately. Looks like, wait, what's committing crimes again? Kind of sucks. Currently no sentence pending. Give it a sec. 29 more days in prison. Previously it was that. The other thing is cats getting stuck behind. Okay, so if you lock a door, right, you can forbid it. So you can forbid passage, right? But you can leave it as pet passable or you can make it not pet passable. If a pet tries to go through a door that isn't pet passable, the animal AI is not smart enough to find another path. So instead they just get stuck near the non-pet passable door, and that will hurt your frame rate significantly. Outside of that, it's player stupidity. Players locking things in places, overpiling items, overproducing items, trapping things in places. A lot of it is literally just like, you know, in City Skylines where if you build a really big city, your frame rate just kind of starts to drop. Dwarf Fortress is just kind of like that, where there are certain ways of building stuff that your frame rates will just kind of naturally go down. And that's fine. Like, that's just how big sandbox games like this work. But there for a while, there was some genuine issues with, you know, certain pathing problems where something would get stuck somewhere. But a lot of it is just, there's a large portion of the Dwarf Fortress community that's played the game on and off for decades, right? And the inherent issue with Dwarf Fortress in the current version is that very few people learn the game intimately well. They'll stumble into it a little bit, learn a little bit, and then quit and never really go back. And they just regurgitate either old, incorrect, or wrong straight up information. And that's why you still see people talking about like, oh, make sure you don't have too many cats. Some of them are joking. Some of them genuinely aren't. Like, there's a lot of people that will say things about certain features of Dwarf Fortress that are just quite literally wrong, and take it as fact at face value. Frame rate death hasn't been an easy thing to achieve in, I would say, about 5 years. Maybe longer. Because about 2016, I would say, was when like enough of the pathing issues were fixed that the game just kind of stopped doing that. But enough people played the game pre 2016 that haven't played it since that will tell you that the game is broken and unplayable, right? There's enough people who still play like masterwork from on some old save file that they're very attached to with a massive amount of weird mods and the game completely modified out the wazoo to the point where it doesn't run well, and they'll tell you that the game doesn't run well. Yeah, no, I mean, if you have 500 cats in your fort, of course your frame rate's gonna suck, right? Because you have 500 cats. It's just like if you're playing City Skylines and you remove the limit of how many tiles you can build and you build in all 87 tiles. Of course your frame rate's gonna suck because you built in all 87 tiles. The difference is Dwarf Fortress is... no, it doesn't. Just have 2 cats and like let them breed for a while and never slaughter them and you'll get that many critters. I mean, I would have that many unicorns if I never slaughtered my unicorns. Same with emus. But it really just stems from Dwarf Fortress is a visually simplistic game. So people just assume because it's visually simplistic that it'll run well. And then when Dwarf Fortress doesn't run that well, they go, oh my god, it's not running well. Yet it runs on anything. Yeah, because you probably slaughter your creatures. Just try not slaughtering any of your farm animals for one entire fort. And start off with cats and pigs. Good luck. And dogs. It will get out of control eventually. Yes. Well, not even back in my day. Like, there are people that, like, I've seen, like, people in my chat give other people advice, like, be careful about how many cats you bring because they will die in your tavern. It's like, that doesn't happen anymore. And they go, that doesn't happen anymore? And they act all surprised. It's starting to dip for sure. Yeah, no, absolutely. And, like, that's not unreasonable, right? Like, it makes sense that your frame rate would dip when you have that many entities in a world. And the reason adventure mode lags so much is because you can legitimately walk into a city or a zone, a loaded-in zone, that has 1,000+ entities in it, and they all are thinking like normal dwarves would. So, of course, the frame rate's going to tank. Or just like when I am playing Threat Dweller, my other fortress, where I have frequent enemy sieges of 300 to 500 enemy entities. Of course it's going to lag. Because there's 300 to 500 entities that are on the map actively trying to kill me right now. Not poisoning, though? Oh, probably, yeah. But, like, it's not every single cat that walks into your tavern that immediately dies. Maybe a dwarf, like, gets too drunk, and then they beat the shit out of the llama that just happens to be in the tavern because they're looking for something to beat up. And in fact, I would say that's a benefit. That's a better thing to die in the tavern than your dwarf. I would say. We're replacing the cages. And bringing the llama looked at me funny. He had it coming. He deserved it. I'm telling you. That llama's a criminal. That llama killed my family. That llama made my wife leave me. Ah! I threw off my groove. Still waiting for this bridge to kill somebody. I mean, I had somebody ask why their world gen was crashing in another Discord that I'm in that I answer questions in sometimes. They asked why their world gen was crashing, and I asked if they made any modifications, and they said, well, no, I didn't. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, they're using a prepackaged world gen that their friend, like, because you know how you can use world gen parameters, right? Prepackaged world gen parameters that their friend gave them, and the install that they had was a custom-made install that a different friend gave them, that their friend was using to generate specific worlds. I'm like, wait a second, so what version of the game is it? And they said what version it was. It was 37 point something. And I asked, what version of the game is your friend using? And they go, I don't know. Probably the new one? Like, so you're trying to use current world gem parameters to generate a world in an old install of the same. It's like that kind of stuff. Fight attack. The dwarven child has created Dol Ficod, an emu bone shield, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kivish Crafted Lash. Rest in peace, Kivish. This is an emu bone shield. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It's a pity I didn't make it a unicorn, because then it could have been a unicorn bone shield. Comet Glazed. Oh, that's a good name. It is encircled with bands of point-cut praise opals and sheep's wool. This object is adorned with hanging rings of emu leather and menaces with spikes of diorite. On the item is an image of dwarves and emu bone. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time of the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. On the item is an image of... sorry. On the item is an image of Autumn of Clucking, the cowbone warhammer, in quartzite. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in walnut wood. On the item is an image of sweet pods in green glass. We'll give this one to let's put this up in the tavern. It really is a nifty little artifact shield. Yeah, I'm a fan of that one. Got an image of a previous artifact that we have. There it is. Demons are immune to fogs and mists that make thralls. I mean, they're also immune to lava, so I'm not super surprised. Like, they can just, like, go for a swim in lava, regardless of what they're made out of. Actually, I wonder if a water demon is immune to lava. I feel like it would just evaporate. They do get a stain on their breathy bits. Really? Can you screenshot the effect? I'm just really curious. Let's see what the mayor export of gloves is prohibited. Oh boy. If you can't easily get a screenshot of it, don't worry about it. I mean, the vast majority of forts end up being in the Age of Myth. Usually it, like Age of Legends is a bit rarer. I've played a fort in the Age of Death, which is fun. It's basically everything is dead, so you get almost no migrants. Good luck. Starling demon, the beak stained in mist. I'm assuming like your fortress is currently under assault. That leads me to believe that it would probably be on the surface. That's a sketchy situation to be in. Oh, you just you led a batch of test demons into a mist experimenting chamber. Okay. Do you have a way of easily dealing with them? Oh, it's too heavy. That's a shame. There's not very much I can sell them. But I will sell them what I can. That's probably about as much as we're going to be able to do. Piles of bolts and kind of? Oh. I mean, easy for me just means like drawbridges. Drawbridges or something else like that. Something that I've wanted to do, actually, that I'm kind of plotting for Threat Dweller, is I want to invade Hell, but the way I want to defeat Hell is I want to have multiple big, long walkways filled with lava, or that I can fill with lava, either or, and then dump water on top of it to seal them into obsidian. Because I'm curious if that kills them. I mean, I don't care. Really. I mean, I could take it off of it, where it is. But it's probably... I think it's a named hammer. But, I mean, I don't know. I've sold dozens of them. That's fine. But that's all that I can actually sell. But it ended up not being on the trading list, otherwise it would have informed me. But it's probably... I think it's just a named weapon, but... I don't actually care. I've sold many artifacts in this fortress. The ones I like, I put onto pedestals and then they don't get sold. The ones I don't care about, eh. Authentic obsidian clown statues. Pretty much, yeah. No, I wanna make them all into like Han Solo, you know? That's the actual goal, is I want them to all be Han Solo. What's the pop of this fort currently? The total population officially is 31. But with merchants, it's 51. Because I have to request merchants to come stay with us in order to not just die out. But, I mean, it's fine if you did. Lots of people ask me what the population of this fort is on a daily basis when I stream it. Because it's a weird fort. But it's usually around that number. It's usually around 30 to 50. Usually. Can I just say, I'm really, really, really happy I stayed home from PAX the first day and made a video of that PAX panel, because this thing's doing real well. Like, this is what you want to see. Consistent, flat view counts. Or, like, the numbers going up. But consistent, flat view counts is very good, especially considering they're all coming from YouTube search, mostly, which is very good. People are looking for it. Just don't want to be annoying by repeating yourself. You know, it's kind of funny. There was the other day I was just rambling about something on stream, and then somebody on chat was just like, "You know, you talked about this 4 hours ago," and I was like, "Let me let you in on a secret." This is very meta because I'm talking about a thing. But I am really boring. Like, my life is really boring. I don't do much. I stay home mostly. I go outside sometimes. I go camping once in a while, maybe every couple of weeks, and I stream a lot of video games on the internet. I run out of shit to talk about. So eventually, if you watch me enough and you listen long enough on a daily basis, you'll hear me say a thing, and then 3 hours later, say the same thing, because I only have so much to talk about in an average day. So, you making me repeat things is fine, because I repeat things too. Also, I'm debating as to when I want to go get lunch. Quite hungry. Ugh. Oh no, second count of disorderly conduct. Is it also against wait what? Yep, also against wait what? Now he gets a beating in his last 2 days in prison? Oh, that's brutal. The one question that I'm just starting to roll my eyes at is the release date thing, because I don't know when the game's coming. I just know their estimations and guesstimations and the things that they've told me, and those things are all public, which is probably this fall. It's like, I don't know when it's coming out. I don't have a crystal ball that gives me secret information that you guys, you know... Like, that's the one. It's not that it annoys me. It's more just like, I don't know. And I feel like I'm being disingenuous whenever I answer it, because I don't know. The release date one is. Everything else, no, it's fine. Although sometimes it can be kind of funny, which you'll see happen sometimes. Someone will be like, "What year is Longdeath on?" We're on year 420, by the way. Someone will be like, "What year is Longdeath on?" And then I'll answer it. And then literally minutes later, somebody else will be like, "Hey, how's things? What year is the fort on?" It's like, that happens sometimes, which I think is very funny. Very, very, very funny. Also, I'll say this. We're going to be streaming more Zero Sievert. Probably not today, but in the future, because the YouTube channel really likes it. What year is the fort not on? 666. 1-800, go fuck yourself. Would I say that I need a banner for fort year and release date, but people don't read it anyway? I don't like cluttering my stream, so unless you mean like down beneath, but I still don't like cluttering it. Holly Galley, thanks for the raid. Checking to get a couple beers for the lovely raid. If you need more Dwarf Fortress content, Holly Galley's got you covered. Big thanks. Hope your forts were fun today. We're doing the same stuffs. Do I also keep bees? Yep. They're very high up, though. I don't make mead anymore. I used to make mead in this game, or in this fort, rather. It's half finished, fucking fiddly and busted on a good day. We do collect the honeycombs, though, sometimes. Although, yeah, those are my bees. Chilling with your dwarves is always funny. Anything interesting happened today? Today's been pretty chill. We fought Tiny Siege and made some artifacts.
For everyone!
We try to provide cheese for everyone of Salat. More of it sounds awesome. Well, we'll be doing more of it. If VODs do really well on YouTube, I'm more likely to stream more of it. If VODs do really shit on YouTube, I'm less likely to stream more of it. It's like the YouTube channel's having an effect on the stream now. It's like, I enjoyed playing Farthest Frontier a whole lot, but the last VOD had like a 75% dislike to like ratio and very few views, and I was just like, you know, I mean, just like stream less of that. Really wish Twitch would just like you click the name of the person raiding in the raid message. Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Fortunately, you can click on people's names now, and Beekeeper catching swarms is part of the gig. And wait, actually, hold up. The amount of times you've chewed people's ears off at this point with a 30-minute speech about why bees swarm while catching a swarm out of their backyard is a thing that happens when you're a professional at that thing. I'm fascinated by actual beekeeping, by the way. Always wanted to be a hobbyist beekeeper. Life goal. Genuine life goal. Interestingly, not first stream of the last month without dead dwarves, undeads, and so on. Hell yeah. I mean, chill forts can be nice. I mean, this fort's generally pretty chill. Generally. This fort's really chill until it's exceptionally stressful. I'm just the main thing with me about bees is how it makes me sad how many people confuse bees and wasps. There's a lot of wasps that look like bees and vice versa, and honeybees are super recognizable. And I've seen so many people be like, "That's a wasp." It's like, dude, that's a bee, or "That's a bee." No, that's definitely a wasp. Mm-hmm. Yep. No, beekeepers will in fact show up and just collect swarms of bees. Because, like, bees aren't cheap, I guess. Think about how stupid the average person is, and then realize that the half of them are dumber than that. Yes. That used to be somebody's sound command here. Anyway, Chad, here, have a picture of a cute bee. Bee! I like bees. Went on a date with a woman who ended up having 10,000 bees. You wanted to marry her because you knew she was a keeper. You know, like, I know that that's a pun, but yes. Genuinely, yes. Maybe not marriage. That's a bit much of a commitment, but... We'll just destroy the colony. Yeah. 10,000 bees is a bit low. My colonies in Dwarf Fortress have like 14 to 16,000. Yeah, no, I've always wanted to get into like my dream, my lifelong dream goal. I don't know if it'll ever happen because of my career and my broken body, but my biggest dream is to be able to buy a house or some with a little bit of property, a big ass vegetable garden, which I already kind of have, and raise bees. I like how you say members. that's a interesting wording. And it's true. It's just kind of cute. It's literally illegal to destroy honeybee colonies? I mean, like, who's going to report it, though? That's the thing. They live in a society. What, bees or Germans? Both true. Is shit hard work? Not if you have like one hive. I mean, I'm okay with things being work. It's called a hobby. Like, gardening is hard work. Which is why I go to my garden 4 times a week to water, weed, harvest. But also, I have a freezer full of cabbage and homemade pesto and 2 massive jars, 2 liters each, full of sauerkraut. So, I mean, yeah, it's hard work. I spent 4 hours making sauerkraut 2 weeks ago, but I have sauerkraut that's organic and you don't. There's a YouTuber I watch who did a whole year-long series about his beekeeping activities. It was really fun to watch. I believe it, yeah. You want sauerkraut now? Might put some sauerkraut on my sandwich for lunch. Although I have to give some of it away. I'm giving some of it to my mom. I don't have to give it away, but I am. I'm going to give some of it away. I'm going to give my mom and dad a 1 liter jar of sauerkraut. Which, for reference, like a 500 milliliter jar of sauerkraut from my local grocery store that's organic and fermented and not pickled, because usually it's pickled, not fermented. So they use other things to make it cheaper. Anyway, and faster, but and last longer. But fermented organic sauerkraut is like $14 a bottle for 500 mils. I have 2 liters, and I've got another batch coming. Or sorry, I've got 4 liters, and I've got another batch of 2 liters coming. Accidentally destroying it? Yeah. My parents have this huge wasps hive close to their house right now, which they don't mind having around because, like, they keep gardens clean. But, like, it's kind of ominous seeing it at a distance. It's like, oh my god, this is this massive, like, hive of wasps. It's, like, the size of 3 footballs, like, stacked. It's huge. Things, like, that big. Like, it's not quite exterminator size, but it's getting there. We have a massive, I think it's called Abbotsford Beehives Association. Anyway, there's a massive bee farm / museum / heritage site here, and then there's a club that I know of and a one other farm that's a lot smaller that we have that are all local. And they're very easy. About bee facts and local regulations if you let them. It's just like going mushroom hunting. They will just talk your ear off for hours about mushrooms. Does it take a lot of setup to make sauerkraut, or do you just need a mason jar and ingredients? If you make it in a mason jar, you have to burp it once a day, otherwise it might explode. I use filters because I'm lazy. There's a lot of buzz about it. You know, I learned recently that we have multiple local messenger pigeons clubs. So if you want to talk about somebody who will literally just like flap at you all day, there's pigeon clubs here. Yeah, no, sauerkraut's literally just white cabbage, salt, and a jar. That's all that you need to make sauerkraut. But if you use a sealed mason jar to make it, you have to burp it daily or it will explode. So, like, I would recommend, like, just going onto Amazon and buying a jar lid with a filter, which costs, like, $8. And you just pop that into the jar lid, and then you're good. Or you could just, like, go to any kind of, like, grocery store that has, like, a preserves aisle, and they usually have, like, a little kit. It's part of the biannual honey harvest. The main reason I want to have my own beehives is because I really want to make mead. But making mead is redonkulously expensive. You learned it's illegal to kill a wasp in Germany? I'm not surprised. The wasps get a bad rap, but they're important. Like, I will, what's the word? I will put out sweets for wasps in the fall to attract them to my plants. Sorry, not sorry, fuck wasps. I like wasps. Wasps are great. It was not enjoyable there. I believe it, but no, wasps are very important. They suck, but they're very important. Like, they're mean as hell, but without wasps, we'd be swarming with insects. They're like spiders. They're very important. They keep problematic bugs dead. They are annoying as fuck. It's true, but they are the, like, assassination attack helicopters from the of nature's of nature. Like, they literally fly around above plants, above my plants specifically, and I've seen them fly down onto one of my cabins, because there's a hornet's nest actually close to my community garden plot, which are even better for this. But I was out there watering one day, and I saw a caterpillar on one of my cabbages, and I was about to go to grab it, and I saw a hornet go hover down above it, pick it up, and fly away. Fucking love those dudes. Like, they are awesome. Like, they literally, like, my sauerkraut may have had caterpillars if it wasn't for the hornet's nest. Like, they are annoying as fuck and also kind of awesome. Am I supposed to check gremlinformayor.com now or something, Diamond? I think we're in fall. What, wasps or bees? Rona. Oh, I see. Drinking industry is now embedded. Saw a wasp fight on Reddit, and the thread there was a loser in the fight, got their head cut off. Oh, absolutely, yeah, no, they behead each other. It is early autumn. What's the word I'm looking for here? When I was younger, I've told this story before. We had this red, transport trailer. It was just an old, rusty trailer, right? And it was parked in the front yard. And there was one point where it had a hornet's nest and a wasp's nest in it. And somewhere, either in it or under it, was a big-ass anthill. And it was like a season of a three-way battle between wasps and hornets. And I remember just, sitting out there with binoculars, watching them. Because I'd see, one, land, and then, two hornets would come down, and they'd, tackle the wasp, and they'd, fall off the thing, and they'd, stab it into the ground, and then, they'd sting it, and then they'd, decapitate it and split it in half and fly away with part of its body. It's like... it was like witnessing war from a distance. And then there was, and then there was, ants climbing up the side, and, you'd see, the hornets and the wasps just, picking the ants off, and the ants would, fight with them, too. It was cool as hell to watch. It was kind of amazing. I got a lot of wasp stings that summer, though. It was hard to walk down the driveway. About ants and ant wars. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. There's so many good ones. I mean, that's what this game is. Hold on. Let me look it up. This thing. It's been in development for ages. Apparently, it's gotten good as of recently, too. Empires of the Undergrowth. It's literally like a game about ant wars. It's like a light RTS about ant wars. I kind of want to try this at some point. No, not same ant. Empires of the Undergrowth. It's been in early access since 2017. It had some really slow development for a while, but apparently it's gotten good. It had mixed reviews at one point, but apparently it's good. I do like the name of the studio. The studio is called Slug Disco. Slug Disco Studios. That's a quality name. Yeah, no, totally. Ants are fascinating critters. Apparently it's got a story mode in it now. Maybe I do need to play Empires of the Undergrowth. So I gotta screenshot this stuff for Stone. I got a llama and an eagle, which is behind my camera. Llama and an eagle, look at that. Passed away. Number of years ago, I think. Unless you're talking about a dwarf that was named recently, in which case then in other fort. So I don't have one named after... Actually, I don't know if I ever named one after you in this fort. Let me check. Yeah, no, you probably have a fort in Threat Dweller. My default response when people are just like, how's my dwarf doing in Longdeath is always just dead because, like, I know the names of all the living dwarves currently. So, other fort. This is Longdeath, so. We're fans of Battle Bugs? No idea what Battle Bugs is. Yeah, it's all good. Because, like, I do remember naming a dwarf for you recently, and I'm pretty sure that was in Threat Dweller. Also, we're at, like, 50 frames a second, by the way. Telling you, chat room. Frame death is a myth. But we'll be playing Threat Dweller tomorrow, so I can check in on them tomorrow. I'm assuming they're fine. Threat Dwellers had pretty high, like, death rate turnover, so... Oh, I was like, where did the music go? It's because I closed the tab. No frames, only death? Yeah. No frame death, just actual death. Yes, the Plank of Nations. Yes. This is, the Absolute Realm is the name of this world. Well, catch it. Put it outside. Butter didn't know nothing. Unless it's like a Black Widow, in which case kill it with fire, but if it's just like little Spoder, it's fine. Spoder just chilling. Spoder's bro. Spoder's just like checking your monitor for other bugs. You know, I have this little cassette deck radio amplifier combo thingy that I found behind a dumpster. Literally. And it was dirty, but it works just fine. And when I was cleaning it up, I opened it up. It had 4 dead spiders in it and 1 live spider. Speaking of live things, the dwarves have arrived to trade. Your partner usually takes them out? Come on. Don't squish it. Spoder did nothing wrong. When am I gonna do cassettes again? When I figure out a method of plugging one in. Like, okay, so the problem is, that's where the record player is, right? So that's where the record player is. Down beneath it is where the records are stored. I can either store records there or I could put a tape deck there. And I haven't found, like, a better method of storing those records. No, it's not that it's broken. It's, like, it works just fine. It's, I don't have somewhere to put it. That's the problem. I don't have anywhere to put it right now. Like, I need a bigger room. Like, quite literally, like, this room's only so big, and I've used the space in it as well as I can currently. But I need a bigger room. That's really what it's coming down to, is I just need I need more space. I live in an apartment that I don't own, so I'm not allowed to construct additional shelf space, unfortunately. The plan is to move sometime next year, so hopefully I'll be able to either buy, doubtful, rent a house with some more space so that I can, you know, actually do some of the stuff that I want to do. Because I have multiple tape decks I could use. I can't put it underneath the record player because they're all too small to go underneath the record player. And I can't put them underneath there because that's where those records are stored. And like, I guess I could put the records up there or back on the other shelf, but that would require me running into the living room every time to put other things on. And then I don't know. I'm torn. I don't know how to do it, frankly, at this point. It depends on your rental agreement. I'd have to ask them for permission, but I'm only going to be here for 1 more year, so I'm not going to spend a bunch of time and money modifying this room for only 1 more year. But yeah, it depends on your rental agreement. This rental agreement, I had to ask them and change the rental agreement to be able to put... what's it called? To be able to hang stuff on the walls, like even this foam behind me. I had to ask for permission. Yeah, it's because of the traders. It always goes down when traders arrive. Unless something's stuck somewhere, which is possible, but I doubt it. Quite literally just the traders. I'm not sure why it dropped so much, but it happens. It's literally speeding up now, but... Technically, Dwarf Fortress runs on 2 threads. And I'll have you know I have like 50,000 thread in this fortress. Mostly spider silk. Actually, that's a question that I'm tired of hearing. Is when are they going to get multi-threading? That's a question I'm tired of hearing. If I could like go the rest of my life never hearing that question again, I'd be so happy. Like genuinely, I would be thrilled. That would be something I would be excessively happy to like never hear again. Or did they announce threading update? Or will the game of multi-threading? When's Dwarf Fortress going to be multi-threading? It's literally never. Stop asking. I know for a fact it's not practical and never going to happen. Sup, Mark? Yeah, no, I know for a fact it's literally going to never happen. No, I didn't. Oh, hi, Mark. There you go. You retake. I mean, hey, at the it's very helpful for you to have that emote because you probably get that response from time to time, you know? Oh, hi, Mark. You're loving the emote. I'm happy to help. What, the multi-threading or the emote that Mark is posting? Which thing do you need explaining? Yeah, okay. So Soul's got it. Bullshinery's got it. I'm assuming that you're asking about multi-threading. But yeah, it's essentially whether or not items are done in a linear sequence or if tasks are completed by spreading them out over multiple sequences. So a multi-threaded processor can do multiple sequences at a time, whereas a single-threaded process can only do one thing at a time. Dwarf Fortress runs on 2 processes. One is computing the UI and the graphics, which is why when I swap over to this screen, there's no frame rate holdups. But within Fortress mode, it's only one process at a time. Has a username? I think it is. I mean, it should be. Underscore, underscore, underscore. But the new IT director at work is named Mark. You have successfully saying, oh, I mean, this would be like your boss, right? Because you work in IT. Sure, someone will hack together a semi-decent multi-thread mod when Steam launches. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever played this game before, Major AFK? Because if you've never played this game before, it makes a lot of sense why you would think that that is possible. If you know anything about how Dwarf Fortress works, literally you need to like white room remake the game from the ground up. But Tarn has said many times that if they sell 1 million copies, I don't know why he said the arbitrary number of 1 million, but if they sell 1 million copies, they will open source the world generation, which is a portion of the game. Has there been news in the Steam version? Go watch my YouTube channel and stop asking me that damn question. Of course there is. Do I have a release date? No. Haven't been able to follow tile sets since you got blown up in 2012? You got blown up in 2012. What? But, okay, well, anyway, if it was possible for someone to hack together a multi-threading mod for Dwarf Fortress, they would have done it already. Oh, you mean like literally you got blown up? Oh my god. Okay. I was like, I'm sitting here, I'm just like, what? Blown up? Like, because when I hear the term blowed up, it usually means like had a YouTube video go viral or something. But ow, I'm so sorry. That's awful. It's like, You can't visually track what's going on. Got it. It's kind of funny. I'm like, I have visual impairment issues. Like my eyes don't work properly. But when I play very like visually modern games, it's almost impossible for me to follow them. But games like Dwarf Fortress are super easy. Like Overwatch is like virtually impossible for me to process what's going on screen. You get premium parking now? I mean, that's like me hoping my vision gets worse so that I get free bus passes. I'm actually kind of surprised you're able to drive still, based on the initial thing, but you're kind of simplified, but threads are essentially sequences of instructions that the CPU shuffles around. There's got to be like a game maker's toolkit how to understand multi-threading, like, list, but if it happens, I've said this before, if someone manages to make a functional multi-threading mod for Dwarf Fortress that actually improves the game, I'll eat a shoe. I've said this before, and I will actually do it. It's never going to happen. Consider that a challenge, chat room. Challenge accepted. You're welcome, animal. I love Minicap. Minicap is great. Truly is. What kind of shoe will I eat? There's a boutique bakery close by that makes like cakes into weird shapes, so I'll buy a shoe-shaped cake. I mean, what? I'll definitely eat a shoe, yep. But as a type 1 diabetic, it would be very painful. Gasp! I know, right? But I will eat a shoe-shaped object. Gotta wear it first. I don't know if they make them big enough that I could actually like put my foot. I could put it on my foot. I don't think I could put my foot in it because they're like kid shoe size. They're like this big. I definitely do a shoey. Because I've done shoeys before, so that would be easy. Heel, no. Real shoe or cake shoe? Definitely cake shoe. Because real shoe doesn't really, like when... There's only so much of a real shoe any human can eat before they just vomit. And so I wouldn't be able to eat very much because it would cause me to vomit, which is the last thing you want to have happen if you're a type 1 diabetic, is throwing up. Puking as a type 1 diabetic is almost a hospital sentence, which I'm in Canada and we have free healthcare. Still don't want to get hospitalized. That's what libraries are for. This is why all programming is done by copy pasta, right? Is your stomach acid so sour? If you don't understand why puking is dangerous for a type 1 diabetic, this is almost one of these, like, let me Google it for you statements. It's literally like, I die if I have no carbs in my system. If I start violently vomiting, what happens to what's the contents of your stomach? It goes out of your system. It literally just makes your blood sugar go whoop and drop, which is why like some people feel nauseous for ages after puking. Because your blood sugar is low and your body's trying to refill that. So if something makes me sick and I can't stop puking and I can't eat, I just die and I have to be put on an IV to not just die. So think about it. All programming is copied from Stack Overflow, that and GitHub, right? You take a sugar cube? Diamond, I'm not going to answer that question. Just fuck off with that whole subject for the rest of the stream, preferably. Appreciate it. Google it if you really want to. Also, sugar cubes are awful, but... Pick the dark humor a little bit too hard. Dark humor is generally not welcome here. Generally not, but it's fine. A brighter note, you had an amazing thunderstorm yesterday. You now live in a house where you can properly see it coming. Ooh. I live somewhere where we get maybe a thunderstorm every 4 years. Like, I can't remember the last time we actually had a thunderstorm. It was like 2018 or something. Yeah, half my chat is fucking Dutch IT. I've never fully understood why. Literally, it's too heavy. All right, fine then. Trying to get rid of a lot of old armor. Sorry, armor. I'm not calling you old, I swear. I never fully figured out why so much of my chat is Dutch, but... Also, no, it's not that. So you're a clown that lives in the sewers and eats children? Air? Just confirming. I love my chat. I'm not Dutch, but I am IT. Two people immediately. Hi, IT. I'm Dad. Hi, IT. I'm Diamond. Like, almost the exact same punctuation and everything. Like, you can't say that you're something and at least Roopwaffle people represent ourselves in the great numbers. I thought that the Dutch were, lived in the land of public transit and bikes that work. That clown's name is Pennywise, but details. Shut up. Besides, Pennywise just is good music, you know what I'm saying? Aren't we all? We're on Twitch after all, animal. Once again, Twitch is not a dating website, which unfortunately some people need to be reminded of. Doesn't end well. Although one of my teammates married one of her mods. So, you know, there is that. It sometimes ends happily. Wasn't the bike thing just one city? According to the YouTube channel, not just bikes, it's a biking paradise, but that channel is more of a statement than like 100% accurate facts about all cities. After the Germans took a lot, you met your girlfriend in Discord going on 3 years? Good for you. Twitch got you a stalker? I used to get stalkers, and then they all just kind of went away overnight. I think it's because I just started acting more and more bipolar. Kind of nice, to be honest. Every now and again, I'll have like some random person who will pop in from YouTube. He'll be like, I love you! And I'll be like, I don't love any of you because frankly, I don't know any of you, but he does like to emphasize the best parts. That's how you make a statement, right? That's because he's trying to cause effect to the rest of the world. You have to kind of exaggerate a little bit to make people notice certain things. You know, it's like people emphasizing kindness. They overemphasize because you have to make the statement. His rants about fake London. To be fair, I've flown over fake London, and that's about it. Never been there, so I can't actually. I can like back up his rants about Toronto. He's ranted about Toronto before. He's never talked about Vancouver though. I'd be curious about his takes on Vancouver. Vancouver is very bike accessible, and our public transit's awesome. Some of the roads are kind of shit for bikes, but it's getting better. I'd actually like to know what he would have to say about Vancouver, but. What the fuck is fake London? There's a London, Ontario in Canada. It's actually where the studio that makes Warframe is located. London, Ontario. And it's notoriously car-centric because it's very spread out and flat and there's not a lot there. It's kind of a smallish city in Canada. It's just like fake Vancouver is the Vancouver in... it's right next to Paris, Ontario. Yes. Fake Paris. But there's a Vancouver in the US that's... terrible. Because it's fake. It's not real Vancouver. Real Vancouver's in Canada. Fake Vancouver's in America. I'm going to run for office in Canada and my entire political statement is we're going to invade America if they don't rename fake Vancouver to fake Vancouver instead of just Vancouver and causing all this commotion and confusion. I once had a package that got shipped to Vancouver, Washington, which was very concerning. Because they had the rest of my address right, but they thought that I was in Vancouver, Washington instead of Vancouver, Canada. It's like... Okay. About that, you once found out that there are many places called Amsterdam in Holland and Netherlands and the US. We have a Amsterdam cafe, but I don't think that counts. We have 2, actually. It's also fake Portland. Frames, can you come back, please? Not this owl's fault. It's not the durian's fault. Yes, it is an Amsterdam-style cafe. It was the first place you could legally buy weed in Vancouver, too. Frames have been found dead? No, they just slowed down significantly. I'm starting to think that something is stuck somewhere. Actually, it's... Hold on. Let me check something. I have a theory. It's a game theory, but... It was an incorrect theory. Well, I mean, like, we had, like, just in the greater Vancouver area, right? We have a Surrey, New Westminster, obviously based on Westminster, Richmond, which is also a British city, and, like, we have, like, fucking Victoria. There are 91 Washingtons? That's just imposters. That's kind of wild, actually. I didn't realize that there was 91 Washingtons. Everybody wanted to be the famous one. Although my favorite American thing to do with place names ever is I'm a big fan of a YouTuber named Super Bunny Hop, who... We're at about 10 frames a second right now, I think. I'm a big fan of a YouTuber named Super Bunny Hop, right? And he, in 2018, bought a bidet. And he lives in Georgia, right? His real name is George. Okay, so George lives in Georgia. Georgia, USA, right? Lives in Georgia, USA, and his name's George. Ordered a bidet from the country of Georgia from a guy named George. And because this was like kind of before the bidet craze in North America started, it was in an era where if you wanted to order a bidet, you had to like call a dude on the phone. So he phoned this place that manufactured and exported bidets internationally. The guy picked up the phone named Georgia, lives in Georgia, to ship a bidet to Georgia, Georgia. Which is kind of... what's even better is there's like a building that's being constructed close by to me named Georgetown, which I saw that and I just started laughing because I was thinking to myself, like, what if that was in Georgia and he lived in a building named Georgetown, so he had to ship it to Georgetown, Georgia, to George from Georgia, shipped by George. Anyway, names. But yeah, no, anyway, to kind of wrap this entire conversation back around to the beginning of this conversation, I highly doubt Dwarf Fortress will ever get any sort of multi-threading, because the entire game would need to be rewritten from the ground up because it doesn't use any libraries. It's entirely unique code. So you would need the decompiled code, and you'd need to start from ground zeros. This is now becoming nonsense? Yes, Animal. American name thing is what people from Massachusetts call themselves? What do they call themselves? Sleepy time? You have a good night, Diamond. Sleep well, dude. Assholes? Do they actually call themselves that, or is that what people who are not from Massachusetts call people from Massachusetts? The three Massachusetteers? One for one and one for all? There's a mix of that? I was going to say, that seems like something that someone not from Massachusetts would call somebody from Massachusetts. I mean, it certainly reads derogatory. I don't know if it's actually derogatory. I mean, it's like saying that somebody from Vancouver is a knucklehead. I've definitely heard that before, but it's actually like a term that people who don't like our hockey team call us. So if you're from Vancouver and you're Canadian, you're a knucklehead. Not because... But nobody actually calls themselves a knucklehead. It just means that, like, it's like a term for our sports fans, essentially. Appropriated? Maybe. I don't know. I'd never call myself a knucklehead. Wiktionary says it's a derogatory slang. Accents are definitely a thing, but very few people have it so thick that it's hard to understand. You're in Louisiana at the moment, and even swamp people you can get. Okay, but like, I take that statement and raise you Newfoundland. Because, like, I ran into a girl at one of the local pubs around here who was from Newfoundland, who was driving across Canada and back. That was a challenge. Used to mean something specific, and then it became insults, and now people use nerds to identify themselves. I'll have you know, the only thing I identify as a nerd is a candy, and they're delicious. Sometimes I just want a box of nerds. It's not too bad. Pack has entered the chat room. Feels attacked. All right, frame rate, where'd you go? There's got to be some merchant stuck at the edge of the map or something. Just canceling jobs that aren't 100% necessary. Speed this up. Yeah, I mean, Major AFK, you're talking about this from a very American perspective, whereas Deutschland is talking about this from a very, like, European perspective. It's like the difference between, like, being in a part of Quebec, like rural Quebec, where nobody speaks English and everybody just speaks very thick, fast French, and then immediately 6 hours later being in, like, deep Mexico where nobody speaks English again. I think that's more what they're referring to. I mean, like, for me, if I go to certain parts of town around here, nobody speaks English because they're all speaking Punjabi. And if you go to other parts of town, nobody's speaking English because they're all speaking Cantonese or Korean. So, I mean, I have levels of that, but it's if you go to certain parts of town, because Canada is so multicultural. It is speeding up. It's just taking its sweet ass time. Deep South US doesn't speak English either. I mean, I can't speak to that because I've never been Deep South US. It's also like the difference between like very thick British accents and then like Northern Irish accent and then followed by Scottish accent. They sound like they're speaking a different language even if they're not. What, that people speak different languages? Is bizarre? I don't know if it's bizarre. Interesting. Maybe a word I'd use. You had 4 interpreters that had different dialects, and 10 miles in a different village was different. Yeah. I used to have a viewer who used to hang around a lot and basically vanished off into the night when the pandemic happened. He lived in Belgium, but he lived in that one part of Belgium that's so thin. He said it was a 10-minute walk one way to one country and a 20-minute walk in the other direction to a different country. It's like you live within a 30-minute window or like a 40-minute window of 3 different countries, walking distance. As a Canadian, that's weirder to me. That's crazy to me because, like, let's see, the American border is like an hour drive from me. What's up, always? But the American border is like an 8-hour drive. Or not an 8-hour drive, a 1-hour drive from me. And then after that, the next nearest country would probably, distance-wise, be Russia? But the only drivable country would be Mexico, which is very far. 72-hour drive, probably. Getting there. Belgium is indeed small as fuck. Yep. I mean, I was at PAX West this past weekend, right? Just for one day to meet up with Zach and Tarn Adams and have a few other meetings with people that I work with. But one of the people who I got to meet there was one of my teammates who I podcast with and have like interacted with on Twitch for years. And she's from Austria. And like, we were talking about, oh shit, I think I know what's causing the frame rate problems. Or possibility. One potential culprit. This'll help. Stupid emus. As they get through locked doors all the damn time. But anyway, I mentioned like from here to Whitehorse. I'm like, yeah, that's only like a 22-hour drive for me. And she's just like, 22-hour drive, that's like forever. I'm like, 22 hours? It's like, here, like, you genuinely, like, weigh the options. It's like, okay, do I take a plane to Edmonton, or do I drive 19 hours? To have direct comparison with the U.S. and days of the same language here. You know, here's the thing, right? The U.S. speaks different languages. The entirety of the U.S. speaks different languages. But it might not necessarily be different verbal languages. But the difference between somebody in like Seattle, Washington, and somebody in New York is culturally massive. You speak the English, yes, but like the difference between somebody in like Orange County, California, and somebody in Louisiana is night and day. The difference between somebody from Minnesota and somebody in Texas is completely different. Like, the U.S. might as well be like 50 different countries culturally. But, you know. How you doing, Navy? How's things? Hope you had a good lurk. Languages are all related, and there's a lot of social spaces. There's also, like, you know, you can get a lot done with not speaking the language of a country that you're in by just going, that, like, just body language you can communicate a lot with. I mean, a random conversation with somebody in public is rare. People usually look at you stupid. Louisiana, you can run into an elderly lady at the store and talk for an hour, and that's normal here. Here it depends on the person. Less than 50. It's just North Texas. Oklahoma is just North Texas. I wonder what people in Oklahoma would think of that. Not that I've ever been to either there or Texas, so I wouldn't know. Probably 40-ish cultural areas. Only 40 cultural areas. Okay, I'm sorry for rounding up to 50. Sorry. Apologies there. My bad for being culturally insensitive. I mean, I can say that Canada's like 6 countries worth of cultures. At least. Maybe more. Probably more. There's fucking emus everywhere, man. The town I grew up in is like a short drive from me, always station. And the town I grew up in is about 60 kilometers from me. And I consider that to be like close by. It's like right there. Like I can see it from the top floor of this building. It's like it's just across the river and up the valley a bit. Oh, you live in Oklahoma for reference? Okay, fair enough. Town you grew up in is about 18 hours from you? Yep. I'm convinced that these emus are what screwed the frame rate, by the way. Because I do have a bunch of non-pet passable doorways in here. I just walk that. My parents live about 10 kilometers from me, and I've walked there a couple of times. Like, I'm just like, fuck it, I'll walk. Actually, I think they're less. It's like 8 kilometers or so is my parents' house. 30 to 60 minutes is a long drive. My commute to work used to be about 2 hours. Back when I had a real job. Now people just pay me in Twitch subs to talk about this stuff on the internet. But back when I was employed in the classic sense, by the traditional definition of the word, I had a 2-hour commute. Yeah, 2 hours. I mean, that's what happens when like you have no qualifications and are disabled and unhireable in most entry-level jobs. Have I discovered the source of the FPS drop? Nope. Still working on it. Still working on it. I've got a couple suspicions, but haven't found the source yet. I mean, I can't drive, so I just take public transit everywhere. To be fair, that commute would have been about 40 minutes if I had a car. If I could drive, it would have been about a 40-minute commute. But it was a 2-hour commute because of transfers and buses. I had to take 3 buses to get there. Although they've added in since I quit that job, they've added a express bus, which probably would have cut my commute down to about 50 minutes. Because it's just a direct route now, or a more direct route with 2 stops. So it would have been a lot faster now. I wouldn't have had to go like all the way to Langley to get to that job, which is like the next small town over. Oh yeah, I mean, like, if we count minority groups, Canada has like thousands of cultures. Like, if we count minority groups, like, just as an example, we have what we call Polish Town, which is just, I guess, the entirety of the Polish community. There's also a really big Ukrainian community around as well, but the Polish community is huge, and it's great because there's so many mom and pop like sausage and pierogi places. It's fantastic. Just go get yelled at by some Polish grandpa who's like, "Why you don't speak Polish?" It's like, but like your restaurant's here, signs in Polish. I don't care. I want your pierogies. This place is closed now, but there was a family-run pierogi place here for ages that was close-ish to me. That would get real mad at you if you walked in there and didn't, or the dad who, I guess the husband, who worked there. Would get real mad at you if you walked in there and couldn't speak Polish. He got even more pissed off once when he found out that my friend who I went there with has a Polish last name. He's like, "You don't speak Polish?" No, because he ID'd us because we ordered beer. Yeah, his wife would always apologize profusely and say that he had dementia. So they were very elderly. Lovely food though. He was a great cook. He would just like curse at everybody under his breath. But you know, I stream video games on the internet now, so. Commutes? What's that? My commute is I get up and I walk across my apartment. That's my commute. When I was in sports, I used to know this kid named Matt, and he was like, "Dude, I think being old is gonna be really fun." I just remember asking him like, "What?" And he goes, "Being old's gonna be great. Like, I can just like hang around and pretend that I have dementia all the time. I'm just gonna hang around the old folks. I'm gonna be like, that man touched my wiener," just out of nowhere, just to see what happens. Just fuck with people. I'm like, on one hand, I agree. On the other hand, I feel like you might go to prison, but also, So, frames kind of suck right now. I'm going to be honest. And I'm hungry. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. I think I'm going to go do my lunch break chat, which is about like a 5 to 10 minute break tops. I'm going to just put on Drinking Industry and let you guys stare at the tavern, and hopefully the frame rate fixes itself while I'm gone. It probably won't, and I'll have to keep fiddling. I'll eventually figure out the source of it. But I just want to say, today's been a fun stream so far. What is the colorful floor made out of? Kimberlite gold, electrum, orthoclase, and rose gold, and black bronze. That's what it's made out of. As well as some other various metals, but just mostly different metals. Like I said, though, I'm going to take a real quick... there's lots of spaces like that all over. They are plugged in and connected to like all sorts of related to which the decks. I mean, the places are hard. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's good. That's some expensive flooring. I mean, look at the value of Longdeath. Anyway, I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'm just going to, like I said, go get some lunch. But I'm going to put on Drinking Industry for you guys so you guys can hear official Dwarf Fortress music. And when I get back, we can... continue streaming. So, of course, like I said, while I'm gone, there's going to be a little bit of silence. If you're going to leave, that's cool. But if you want to support this channel directly, there's a link to the Patreon. Of course, I'd prefer if you stick around. So if I could get a round of beers, that would be fantastic. And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a great time to use them to entertain the chat with. You guys can stare at the tavern, and I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. BRB. All right, I'm back. It's actually called Drinking Industry. So, long story short, they had a temporary name for it, which was wrong. And when they when they pushed the video live, they sent Alexandra the wrong name. So she shipped it out in the video with the wrong name. So it's actually called Drinking Industry, is the name of it. Instead of Food and Industry, it's Drinking Industry. Apparently it had a different title before that, so... You gotta go to bed, go to bed. Don't worry about me. Deutschland. I mean, I of course appreciate it when people stick around when I go off to lunch break and then come back, but... Investments are open, by the way, if you want to invest your tickets. Drinking Industry from Dwarf Fortress. Premium soundtrack. Why can't the bed come to you? I don't think I'd want my bed to come to anything, personally. I'm quite happy with it, you know, being a bed. I'm sure somebody's made a remote-controlled bed that they don't need to get out of. That they can just... There's got to be, like, a YouTuber somewhere who's just got, like, a bed that, like, can drive them to work. Actually, this reminds me of a TikTok that I saw pretty recently, where it looked kind of like it looked like a college campus. I'm not sure where this was, but they had 5 electric scooters. Frame rate's speeding up significantly. They had 5 electric scooters. And they had all 5 of the electric scooters underneath a couch. And there was 5 of them crammed on this couch. And they sped up the scooters and they just went vroom, down the sidewalk. So, you know, if you could do that, I'm sure you could do that. Guy recently made a gaming PC toilet. Like, hold on a second. Did the toilet still work? Like, if the toilet was still hooked up, okay. Where was the computer itself? Was it in the back of the toilet? What do you mean by interpret's name? Like, is there somebody who could interpret it? I mean, any of us could, theoretically, if we just sat down and stared at it. Inside the tank. Huh. So was it like, I'm curious about how they did, was it encased in plastic? Because like mineral oil is like the quickest way to make a computer look like it's underwater, but. Wrong word? I getcha. I know that all of Simon's old music on their SoundCloud, I think, and also probably the YouTube playlist. All of their older stuff includes the translations. Oh, who's the composer? I think that's a Simon track, because there's 3 people working on the soundtrack. There's somebody named Dabu. I don't know their whole name, but they work at a company called Co-op, K-O-O-P, who've made several video games, including a game called Nog, which is quite well known. G-N-O-G. Like a weird 3-dimensional puzzle game. And, yeah, it looks like the trader's leaving is fixing the frame rate. That's literally the dwarf's fault. So there's Dabu and then a third person who I need to, like, double-check the name of. PC was separated from the water. It had plexiglass parts so you could see the PC and the water reservoir. Gotcha. Yeah, I could see that. That's kind of rad. One of my favorite parts about actually going to PAX and stuff is looking at all of the all of the computer parts. Or all of the computer builds, rather. There is a build that was at PAX that's kind of amazing. And it was I can't find the name of the third person. So it's a lady who's the third part, but yeah, that particular one's just Simon. You don't find Drinking Industry because it's gonna be on. Okay, so Simon made a fan soundtrack for Dwarf Fortress in 2012, and then added a few more tracks to it in 2015. The reason you haven't found Drinking Industry is because Drinking Industry is going to be on the official soundtrack for Dwarf Fortress. So it's going to be for sale. So I don't think that'll ever appear on his SoundCloud because it's going to be sold as part of Dwarf Fortress Premium. Yeah, frame rate just came back. No idea what caused it. So, man. But yeah, the reason you can't find it is because it's not released yet. Yeah. That version that I was playing in the background is actually this. Where did he post it? Is this. Which is, they took the Diamond Destruct from chat, took the preview that they posted on the KitFox YouTube channel and cut it into a 10-hour version. So looped it and made a 10-hour cut and then put it on YouTube. So you wanted to look up the lyrics? Yeah, I don't think those have been released yet, no. But we could maybe figure it out theoretically. The problem with the Dwarven language is it's missing certain things. It's missing like if then the adjectives, a lot of adjectives, and things that you need in order to form it into actual English words, and sentences. So we could interpret it probably, but I'd have to like spend a lot of time staring at the words. Maybe when Stone wakes up, Stone could do some interpreting, because Stone's pretty good at interpreting dwarf speak. Also, Limond, hello. Hope you're doing well. Ended up ordering a base NZXT machine since it was cheaper, but to buy the whole machine and scrap everything. You didn't want to build it from scratch. This computer that I have right now is like a weird Frankenstein of parts from 2016 and early 2020, because I was given a bunch of used parts in early 2020, so I got them in early 2020, but they're actually from like 2018, 2019. And then the graphics card and the power supply and a few other things and the case are all from 2016. So it's like, I just have this Frankenstein's monster machine because I can't afford computer parts. As of last time I looked, I certainly can't afford like the top end stuff. I'm really hoping that like with the drop in popularity of crypto, stuff will become affordable again. I'm really hoping. If not affordable, then like cheaper than a medium tier car, you know, like, because there was a good while there where graphics cards, like higher end ones here, were like thousands of dollars a piece. I mean, yeah, I'm running a 1070 is my graphics card, which I bought new in I think it was 2017 or 16. Hold on, when did I buy that? I can actually tell you. Give me a second. 2016. I bought it. I would have bought it November 10th, 2016. And I know that for fact because I bought it 7 days before Planet Coaster came out. So I bought it for Planet Coaster, technically. Other parts are younger. To be fair, PC cases in 2008 looked kind of good. So the case doesn't really matter when the case is from. As long as it fits all your parts, you're fine. So at the same time you bought your GPU? Weird sound outside? Like a weird buzzing sound. Uh-oh. Merchant has given birth to a baby boy. Got another brand new baby. Any takers, chat? Anybody want to be the brand new child who was just born in the fortress? Out of what he had? Yeah. One of my favorite parts is that Kogan-san is in the game now. Le Monde called me first on my screen anyway, so let's take a look. I can't remember if you've had a dwarf in this fort before, so this is my only way to check. Nope. Oh, sweet. Welcome to the fortress. He is the son of Yushrir Blaze Salve and Utir Plane Hatchet. Plate Hatchet. But the reason I like that Kogan-san's in the game so much is Kogan-san means boat murdered. So there's a song called Boat Murdered on the official soundtrack, which to me means that Boat Murdered is now official canon. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache his medium length mustache is neatly combed and arranged in double braids. And his very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is arranged in double braids. His teeth are crowded, and his cobalt eyes are slightly protruding. His ears are free-lobed, and his hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe, and his nose is somewhat short. What about his eyes? Cobalt eyes, okay. He likes lignite, fine pewter, white chalcedony, moose hoof, cotton plants for their flowers, and the words of the Key of Outrage. That's a new one to me. And when possible, prefers to consume brown bullhead and carambola wine and dwarven sugar. And he absolutely hates mosquitoes. Relatable. He personally values independence and finds blind honesty somewhat foolish, and values artwork and thinks friendship is important. Dreams of raising a family. He has a profound sense of duty and obligation, and he finds this can conflict with his sense of independence. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and doesn't handle stress well. You're fucked. He has little interest in joking around and is quite ambitious. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and likes a little excitement now and again. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he lowers his eyes when he's thinking. He needs, he lowers his eyes when he's thinking, and he needs a little excitement now and again. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. Lowers his eyes when he's thinking, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Is a cursed English word, sounds nowhere near what it was originally. Fuchsia? I mean, it's a god. The fuchsia is a dignity of the ignited creation. The fuchsia most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with persuasion and speech. Yeah, it's a deity here. Mom probably did that as he was born, I would assume. The dwarves are born with braided hair. If you didn't know that. Now you do. They're also born alcoholics. I mean, also, are you trying to tell me that you were born without a double braided mustache? I mean, come on. Baby with handlebar mustache is wonderful. The only thing that you can tell for sure about your birth is that it happened and you were very young. Yep. Same here. RSG, what up? It's good to see you. How you been hanging? How's life treating you, sir? I hope well. Hope you've had an enjoyable summer. Might actually be time to start swapping out these dwarf clothings for a little bit. We're just in Vegas for a week visiting your mom. Gotcha. You know who's also in Vegas? Stone Hobo. I think you just missed him. As he got to Vegas 2 days ago, I think. Pablo, what up? It's like the East Coast evening crew. Yeah, I'm convinced that the dwarves just had like somebody stuck at the edge of the map or something, and they just fucked the frame rate when they spawned into trade. This version of the game, though, is starting to develop some really weird bugs because I have been running this fort for so long, though. What's up, Stig? But yeah, I think you literally just missed Hobo. RSG. You flew out Saturday night? Yeah, Hobo was, yeah, actually, sorry, no, you missed him by a day then, because he landed on Monday, I think. Or flew in on Monday. But, oh well. Rip. Missed connections. Is what it is. Speaking of funny connections, Kiri flying home from PAX West landed in the Vienna airport 15 minutes before a friend of hers who just hiked all the way across the US, which is kind of funny. Just spent a month in the States hiking. They landed at like the same time, which is kind of crazy. Some fire deals and places to eat. Discord. Literally just go to my Discord and just DM him. He's there for Hobo's there for he's talked about this in the chat, so it's not a secret, but he's there for a pastry chef course, and he's there for quite a while. There for like 3 weeks or something? 3-4 weeks? But he has like a degree in culinary arts, so he's there for fun to learn how to make pastries. Apparently there's a fancy pastry chef in Vegas who does lessons on that sort of thing. Sweet, literally, yeah, very sweet. Apparently he's gonna learn how to make like statues out of chocolate and shit. And how to make pastries that look like art. So I'm gonna probably be short a mod for a while. If I had to guess. Like shoes. Sure, yeah, like shoes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Which I will definitely eat when somebody's able to make Dwarf Fortress run on multi-cores. Definitely. Mm-hmm. I will absolutely eat a shoe thing. Since I was talking about drinks and industry, or I was playing the song Drink and Industry earlier, I just want to show this off again because to me this is my favorite post title that I've ever done for a thing, which is just Drinks and Industry because it's very accurate. Solid afternoon. Also, something that's kind of funny. A lot of people have been saying Tard needs to cut his hair, right? Which isn't... It's not wrong. He does need to cut his hair. But I learned why he doesn't. Anybody else know why Tarn doesn't cut his hair for long periods of time? Because he only cuts his hair, and normally only cuts his beard, when they ship new versions of Dwarf Fortress. Which is... makes a lot of sense. So if Tard looks like a mad scientist, it's because they haven't shipped an update in a while. It's like when you look at him, it's like when he's very clean cut and well shaved, it's because they've shipped versions recently. If he looks like a caveman, it's because it's been 3 years. Because like he just shaves all his hair off and cuts his beard, but he has to wear masks still, so for like events and such, so he can't have the beard currently. Because the beard makes masks kind of useless. It's a great piece of trivia. Yeah, it's like a list of trivia that I can add to my list, just like this is how kobolds talk. I also successfully gave them a microphone, so the next interview that I do with them should be much clearer. Oh! We found our culprit. This lad was probably stuck somewhere trying to get into the fortress. No idea where, but Zahn says, I'm your liaison for the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. I figured he just didn't show up, but apparently did. Looks like a caveman because he's been locked away in the dark coding for years. Well, not locked away. Also not in the dark, but... I don't know. Bring me anvils. It's always what I request when I don't know what to request. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Goodbye, Zahn. Are we buying or selling anvils? That's me. So I'm so far into this save that I literally need nothing. I have almost infinite whatever I need, materials-wise. And so when you're requesting specific stuff from the mountain home, it's like, well, I need to request specific stuff so that they keep trading with me. Because I need them to take my garbage. Quite literally. Like, I need them to show up and melt my garbage. So in order to make sure they keep doing that, I have to keep ordering stuff. The problem is there's literally nothing I need to order from them. So if I'm sitting here going like, well, there's nothing I need. Sometimes I'll order specific types of metals, but generally it's just, I'll just order anvils and then not buy them. Just trade for whatever few rare metals they bring and then just ignore the rest of it. Is usually how I end up doing it. Like 9 out of 10 times, that's how I end up doing it. So out of curiosity, Major FK, if I can ask, because you have trouble tracking moving things in like Dwarf Fortress and you have a hard time playing Dwarf Fortress now, what kinds of games can you play? Yeah, I've bought and sold anvils many times. Very typical Dwarf Fortress post. When they tell you it's a fort with 50 goblins. The late autumn at 256, the rough meshes led by the dwarf M1 Thin Machine clashed with 1,723 trolls in Dungeon Toes, slaying 10. Yep, that checks out. Definitely had that happen. Shoutouts to the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. Can I just say that I love how Krug Smashy a lot of the fan art has become? 4X games where it's less shifting around the screen. 4X, Stellaris, RimWorld works. Okay. Interesting. So for me, like, I find the Dwarf Fortress easier to follow than RimWorld. But it's a proper trendsetter. Yeah, like this is some of their art. This is this person, user Tuna Can Sam's art of their fortress. I'm like, this is all very Krug Smashy, and I love it. It's cool as hell looking. Cool as hell. Big fan. You can truck with enjoyment again. Well, that's good. Yeah, that's like 1-to-1 of the style and its colorization. Yeah, definitely. CCNA web dev, it's good stuff. Can't follow the walls of text anymore. DF menus kill me. Really curious to know if like the premium version will be easier for you. It's like walls of text are easier for me than like small icons, right? Like I have a hard time differentiating. Like I'm genuinely worried about the premium version in some ways for myself because I have a hard time differentiating between like a small cat sprite and a dog sprite as an example. Like if I were to use Vetelinger's tile set, it's almost impossible for me to immediately see the difference between different sprites, like small sprites. But it's very easy to see the difference between a C and a D. So I know what a dog is, I know what a cat is. I can see the colors, but when they're moving at like full speed in Dwarf Fortress, it's really difficult for me to follow. You have issues with reading books? I have issues with reading books because I get eye strain really quickly, and I have about 13 floating blind spots in my good eye, which is this one. So I see out of a tunnel, right? It's like a tube. And then this eye, I have floating blind spots that just like kind of float in and out of my vision. So it's really hard for me to read for long periods of time because I have to stare very intently at a page. And it gives me eye strain exceptionally quickly. Like I can maybe read like 4 or 5 pages tops, and then it's like I need to stop because fucking pain migraine. But like with these blocks of texts, like this is fine because it's like it's super bold, it's easy to see, and it's all color coded, so I can just read the bits that are easy. I squint for a little bit and then it's done, right? But like just reading walls and walls and walls of text gets grating after a while. Where you just want to go back to DF. My biggest problem with RimWorld is pretty simple at this point. RimWorld, if you want the full experience, you need the DLC. And the DLC is not cheap. So RimWorld is, like, if you get it on sale, you get it on a 20% discount, you're going to be spending like $120 fucking dollars on that video game. If you just get the base game, it's fine. Like, the base game is totally serviceable as a video game. But it's not a very good story generator in the base game. So you're not going to get a DF-ish experience from that main game. The base game is an excellent, like, mod sandbox, tower defense game with some light colony generation elements. But you're not going to get anywhere close to the same level of story generation as Dwarf Fortress. But I think that's also, like, the problem with, like, once you've played Dwarf Fortress, every single colony builder feels vastly inferior. I mean, I'll tell you this, like, RimWorld's a hell of a lot better than something like Space Haven, to throw out a name, or No Moria. What a ripoff? DF is free? I mean, like, let me show you something. Well, I mean, the RimWorld is, you know, a for sale product, right? But like in Canada, okay, keep in mind this is like one of the highest selling games on Steam. They don't need to sell DLC. They sell DLC to make more money, right? Sold multiple millions of copies. It's got $77 in DLC, and the base game is $40. So this is Canadian money, obviously. So I think it's 35 US, anyway, or 30 US even. But it's $40 plus $77 in DLC. But you don't need to buy the soundtracks, so I guess it's actually like minus. It's like $60 in DLC, right? Yeah, it's a lot of money. Please don't make the war crime joke in my chat. But yeah, RimWorld's main issue is it's got good story generation, but it can tell like 5 stories. Really? So I have about 5,000 hours in RimWorld. So I'm very sick and tired of hearing the like, let's go make some happy war crimes. Like, I'm so fucking sick of that shit. Believe it or not, it's largely why I stopped playing that game. I'm so fucking tired of it. But you're fine. No, it's generally like RimWorld has like 5 stories it can tell. Dwarf Fortress has hundreds, right? It's a game someone put a lot of work into. You're not a fan of the DLC model, but people should be paid for their work. Toady and Three Toes should be paid for their work. Yeah, I completely agree. The thing with RimWorld, though, that you need to remember is it was largely made by one dude up until the end of about 2016, and then he upped the team to about 6 people. That game has sold millions of copies. People should be paid for their work, and then not everything needs to be monetized. And I am of the opinion that not everything needs to be monetized. You know? And an example of that is another indie game that was made by a very small team that sold very well. Terraria. Yeah, you could buy their soundtrack. So, I don't know. RimWorld just makes me feel kind of icky because it's not even like the DLC is $5. It's like the DLC is $20 and is like just variations on things that were modded into the game by the community already anyway, thus making the mods obsolete and also splitting the modding community, making the modding community worse. Like, the worst part about all the DLC for RimWorld isn't actually that there's DLC for RimWorld. The issue with the DLC for RimWorld is that the DLC breaks the mods. And then the modders have to account for all of those, and it's like... Terraria is also the 9th highest selling video game of all time. So, the 9th highest selling video game of all time. But RimWorld's up there, you know? Can I tell you which 5 stories that RimWorld can tell? I mean, I could do this easier back when I played it a lot, but it's essentially person shows up, person goes insane, beats other person up. It's always some combination of that. And then either they make it off the planet or they don't. Usually they don't. With the royalty DLC, you can add in... Like, they're always just, like, doom and misery spirals, basically. It's like, you know the era of Dwarf Fortress where everything fell into tantrum spirals? It's like that, but the game's designed to make you do that. They're fighting again. Like, maybe the coolest story I ever got in RimWorld was I had this one pawn that was, like, 80 years old, and they're supposed to die of old age by that point, that had been completely broken down, and I had completely upgraded with all of the bionics, so it was literally just like a robot person. And that person finally met their demise because they ran to the front of a front line of the enemy army because they went nuts, and then an enemy rocket hit them square in the face, completely eviscerated the body and the entirety of the enemy army in one hit. I mean, Terraria didn't grab me either, but it's a much better value for your money than RimWorld. Just like the previous patch? Definitely, Lemon. Definitely. Yeah, I don't know. I feel icky about RimWorld just because of how many promises they've gone back on and stuff. But, you know, I also, my team organizes the RimWorld Hot Potato Charity Marathon every year. And, you know, we're gunning for $100,000 for Doctors Without Borders this year, so let's fucking go. But I, at the same time, playing it myself, it kind of irks me a little bit. It irks me because, like, RimWorld wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. And Zach and Tarn are sitting there going like, hey guys, car broke down and our rent went up. Zach's car broke down and Tarn's rent went up to help. I'm like, they're both still renting. Come on, guys. Let's help them out a little bit here. Oh, I don't know. I have some problems with RimWorld, but largely it's a great game. Honestly, though, here's the thing. If you want something that's a little bit more dwarfy, try Odd Realm. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is still coming to Steam. But who knows how well it's going to sell, right? Try this. This is another thing if you want something that's dwarfy that's not Dwarf Fortress. Although, I describe this game as like, if Minecraft is Dwarf Fortress, this is Terraria. The lore is a lot more static than Dwarf Fort. By that, I mean it is static. There's like written characters that show up. There's bosses that you can summon by like placing certain blocks in certain places. Hell yeah, Space Vikings. I mean, I will probably buy it. I'll probably buy it on, because I'll probably get key for it. Well, actually, I know I'm going to get key for it to cover it, but I'm probably going to buy it on whatever platform they don't give me key for. So if they give it to me on, if they give me an itch.io key, I will buy it on Steam. And if they give me a Steam key, then I'll buy it on itch. Vice versa. Overnight Millionaires? Well, they're on 780,000 wish lists right now. Steam on average has about a 30 to 40% conversion rate, but on certain games it's higher or lower. So if Steam has a 40% conversion rate within the first week of a game's release, and they're on 700,000 people's wish lists, I could say they could do 200,000 copies in a week, pretty easy. And I spoke with them on Saturday, and Tarn literally said that they need to sell 20,000 copies a year to match their current salary, which is entirely doable, I would think. And that's if they're selling it at $20 a piece. It's 10,000 copies each, essentially. Buy one. I mean, if we can get 20,000 people to buy one copy, don't buy one copy a year. No, just give them some money on Patreon. But it's been publicly out since 2006. Armor. We didn't know of this until I started playing it. Yeah, it's one of those weird indie darlings, you know. Glad the frame rate sorted itself out. Back to smelting all of our silver. I mean, they started working on it as a side project in 2003. Yeah, apparently 2006 is a long time ago. Weird, right? It's worth at least $50. They've been debating on the price. I know that they initially had it listed as potential price on itch, because they had a potential price listed, because you can have like estimated price listings on itch, and their estimated price listing was $19.99. Then they downed it to $9, and then they upped it to $30. So it's probably gonna be $30. But like, you know, nothing's confirmed yet, right? The unconfirmed estimated price is $30 right now. But I mean, if they sell like 500,000 copies in 2 months, like that's 50 years worth of salary, right? It's a lot of money. I want them to hit that 1 million copies sold mark so that Tarn can just open source world generation, because that's what I actually want. I just want Tarn to open source world gen, because think about the modding we could get out of that. My God. From 2008 until 2016, so you didn't really focus on anything else? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. You're not alone there. Also, a friend who I stayed with when I went out to PAX plays a lot of Guild Wars, right? You know, he's got like, he said like 8,000 hours or something in Guild Wars. And he said that at the Guild Wars anniversary party that was happening, he overheard somebody saying, yeah, I just hit 45,000 hours. We sat there for a second and we're just like, wait, how many hours is that? That's an average of 10 hours a day for 10 years. Like, imagine playing Guild Wars 2 10 hours a day for a decade. I can't. $50, and this wasn't a streamer. This was just like a dude that asked for $50. Why is it a weird price? Like, as in, like, that's expensive or that's cheap? Because for AAA games in Canada now are $89.99. Like, when I see a AAA game releasing for $79.99, I go, whoa, that's... Why are they cheaper? What the hell? So, when I hear $50, I'm like, yeah, that's cheap. It's just like, you know, I think that most, like, high-end indie games should be $30. It's like a very reasonable asking price. Von Roland, thanks for the 54th month. Welcome back. Cheers. Chat, can I get a round of beer for Von Roland? Still waiting for Roller Coaster Tycoon to return. I mean, most AAA games aren't for us. And that might be a weird sentence. But the vast majority of AAA games, right, are not for us. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is not for us. This is for people who buy one game a year, and that's the game that they play, right? This is a game for a certain type of person who buys one game a year, and that's the game that they play until the end of the year, right? That's what these games are for. They're not for people who play a variety of smaller games every year, right? And they're super expensive, and it's not that, like, they're ripping people off. Those games are expensive as fuck to make. Of course, like, studio work culture aside, like, those games are expensive. $50 is between 60 and 70 for AAA and 40 for higher indie games. What country is this, Raccoon? Out of curiosity? I'm trying to figure out, like, what currency you're speaking in. It's not dollars. Filthy casuals? When did I say casuals? And I didn't imply anything about how frequently they shower. I mean, come on. Kidding, of course. Of course, yes. Definitely kidding. But, I mean, a lot of games aren't made for me, and that's totally fine. There's games for a lot of different kinds of people, and there's a big difference between a game that's made by one person or two people and a game that's made by 350 people and have a marketing team of 200. You know? CDDA is free. Yeah, but it's open source. It's a completely different thing. It's not a mainstream product. Games used to be much cheaper. Okay, I get what you're saying now, Raccoon. It makes perfect sense that games are so expensive. Even small teams for AAA games are a lot of people. Yeah, no, the thing that I think people need to realize is, like, games are actually cheaper now than they've been in history. Like, Strider. When Strider released, if you ever played Strider, it was I played the arcade game. I never actually played the console port. But the console port of Strider launched for $90 US. That's how much it was when it came out in, like, the 90s.
This is madness! Madness. This is
Hi, Elbow. Yeet. Sleeping in airports sucked, but the show was worth it. Where was that show? But hi. Also, are you in Vegas now? Or was that like just a one-off thing? I'm like questioning myself now. Tampa. Oh, okay. So you flew down to Tampa to see Mastodon. Damn. Okay. Vegas is the end of the month. Okay. I got things mixed up then. I assumed you were in Vegas when you started sending me pictures of hookahs. But so then you didn't just miss RSG. Mastodon was opening? Oh, okay. I don't think you posted pictures of Ghost. You just posted pictures of Mastodon. But how was Ghost? Mastodon is fantastic live. I can confirm that, yeah. I'd love to see them again. But yeah, anyway, long story short, games are cheaper now in general. Also, the value per dollar is cheaper, and the variety of games are so much wider, and there's so many more games available that you can, you know, buy like random indie game for $10 right now that will get you more time and value than anything else. Speaking of, you could buy the Zachtronics Solitaire Collection for $11.49 Canadian doll hairs, and have a bunch of different solitaire mini games that'll keep you busy for hours. And cheap. Me and Hobo saw Ghost in 2019. Fun fact. That was a fun show. Good memories. Last show I saw at the Coliseum, actually. How much it cost to make GTA 5? Well, GTA 5 is also the highest earning piece of media in history. There is that. So how much did it cost to make Grand Theft Auto 5 is kind of like a moot point because it's also the most money-making piece of media of all time. You're uploading pictures to music now? Ah, that's fair. I mean, you did kind of travel, I guess, fly to go see Ghost and back, so that's totally fair that you've been a little busy. I mean, also people on average buying it 3 times. Pacific Coliseum? Vancouver, yep. Well, technically I'm in Surrey, but... Last movie you saw in the cinema was the movie Cloverfield? What year was that? Last movie I saw in the theater was The Matrix. Matrix 4. Pretty good, actually. Quite enjoyed it. It's not the first time you've had to land a flight and immediately got to a Ghost show. I'm sure that's an airport you know too, right? Since the Big Four tour eons ago? The show I saw before that at the Coliseum was Iron Maiden? Actually, were they at the Coliseum? I think they were. I haven't been to that many shows at the Coliseum. I generally just go to shows at the Rickshaw. Generally. Weird Al and the Misfits. I thought that you saw Weird Al and the Misfits at the same show, and I'm like, what the fuck was that concert booker thinking? Your buddy saw that when you were working? Gotcha. You haven't been since the before times? I've been to... Shit, who have I seen at the Rickshaw? At the Rickshaw this year, I've seen at least 2 shows, maybe 3. Went to that one show where I can't remember a single person on the set list. I went to Unleash the Archers, I saw at the rickshaw this year. I need to look at my tickets because I forget. I've been to a couple different venues this year already. I saw Drug Church at the Biltmore. I saw Ginger at the Vogue. Although if you went to the rickshaw in the before times, if you went there even remotely frequently, I've probably rubbed shoulders with you. Because I used to go to like 4 shows a month at the rickshaw. Sometimes more. I would consistently go to like 3 to 4 shows a month. It was usually 1 show a weekend. Or like 1 a week I would go to. Not necessarily weekend. I travel down to the States pretty frequently. Like they tour. Armor. Wasn't able to get the day off. Just call in sick. Sound like this when you call in. Hey boss, I'm really thick. I have a sore throat. And then go to the show and just scream and lose your voice. And then actually have like a cough the next day. Problem solved. It's not a tabletop game. It's a digital tabletop game. Although, what's ironic about Moonfall is there's also this, which is another game called Moonfall, which isn't even remotely confusing, which is also kind of a tabletop-ish card game thing. I'm sure these devs are thrilled about this. It's not that game. No, Moonfall, I think, is coming out on Epic Games. There's also a film called Moonfall. Good lord. Which now I can't find it. What was the name of that other game? Moonbreaker, not Moonfall. Moonbreaker is the name of their game. Moonbreaker. Yeah, this thing. This is the new game from the Subnautica devs. It was being published by Krafton, who are the guys making, who make and publish PUBG. This thing. Sorry. Name confusion. I mean, I confuse shit all the time, too, and my brain works mostly. Was such a trash fire of a movie? Was it? I never saw it. Didn't even know it was a movie until 3 seconds ago. But yeah, Moonbreaker is the name of it. It's got a nice style. I won't play it. I'm good. Got a playtest going on right now, though. I literally went to, like, Unknown Worlds' Wikipedia page to find that, by the way. Yep, PvP. That's why I won't play it. Also, I'm worried about monetization. Solid 4 potato power. Hey, if it works for GLaDOS. Should definitely get involved in this case. And in regards to the Game Naming Commission, there was a game called Another Farming Combat Game Origins at PAX West. Another Farming Combat Game Origins. There was also Farm Story Life Tale. I think. Farm Story Life Tale? That sounds very familiar. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But like there was a good couple of games in like the PAX Rising Indie booth at PAX that I just looked at. I'm like, Ah, so you went to videogamenamegenerator.com and like generated yourself a video game name. Good for you. Not really. I'm not. Is it the one where the moon crashes into the Earth? I might actually be familiar-ish with this, or have seen a trailer at some point. Okay, then yeah. Not a bad show. Looking at your video that you posted on Discord, Hobo. Rad fucking lasers. Good to see Tobias still doing the Satan Pope thing. And it's even dumber than it sounds. I mean, 2012 was pretty fucking dumb. I watched that movie. They did make Subnautica 2. It's called Subnautica Below Zero. It's literally a sequel to Subnautica. It's a completely standalone game. It's a sequel. I mean, they can say it's not a true sequel, but it's a sequel. Too late, I just did. Armor. You tried to pretend that Below Zero doesn't exist? Okay, fair enough. I didn't play either of them because I lasted about 40 minutes into the first one and made me horrendously motion sick. I got it for free on Epic again later after I refunded it, and it had the exact same effect, so I just didn't even bother with the sequel. I mean, that's like me pretending that Terminator 2 and Terminator 3 don't exist. And Terminator 4, and 5, 6. I think they're up to 6 now. I feel like I would love Below Zero if it didn't make me vomit. We all like different things? No! We all like exactly the same things, and if you don't like it, you're wrong. What? I mean, sorry, that was a gatekeepy blind kicked in for a second there. Just like, we all love Dwarf Fortress. We all love Dwarf Fortress. Do you want me to tell you what was wrong with Terminator Salvation, or was that a trick question? Should take 100 streams of this playlist to currently see all in 2 years or so. Good luck, Gergie. To give you an idea, I'm not even halfway done. I'm on year 420. We started on year 5, so we're 415 years in. And it's going to take even longer because Premium's probably going to come out this year. And this save's not going to be compatible. So I'm going to have to dedicate time from my normal Dwarf Fortress time to go back to Longdeath. Longdeath is becoming like... Longdeath is literally becoming a... How do I word this? This fortress is becoming a Farlands or Bust type series, where in order to actually like keep this fort going, I just have to play it ridiculous amounts. T1 sci-fi horror is the first one. Second one's an action movie. Actually, here's the way I go with it. T1 is a sci-fi horror movie. Second one is a comedy action movie, and then the third one is just meh. I don't know. Not a huge fan of James Cameron's ruining of all my favorite franchises. That and Alien. God damn it, you gun. I mean, digital tabletop is great. It's called Tabletop Simulator. Or you could just like play games where the models are already made and you don't need friends, like, you know, BattleTech. It's the same reason I loved BattleTech, but I'll never play the BattleTech tabletop game because fuck that. Yes. Depends on what's affecting the FPS where. We're at like 50 frames a second right now, so what do you mean, BCJ? I know lots of things that affect FPS. I don't know all of them, but I'm generally pretty good at controlling them too when they fuck up. We had a bit today where the frame rate slowed way down, but it's because the a merchant got stuck. Figures are $4,000, not each, but it's like any hobby, right? Except like my main issue with like, let's just say Warhammer, because everybody likes to talk about Warhammer, is I played Warhammer for quite some time. I played Warhammer 40,000 using 40,000 rules. Me and a bunch of younger friends that I had when I was like 13, 14, from like about 8 to about 15, I was friends with these kids. And we played Warhammer, but we didn't play Warhammer because we didn't have Warhammer figures and we didn't have the rules. But what we did have is a very legal version that we definitely got from the Swedish Online Public Library, also known as the Pirate Bay, which we downloaded and printed out and put into a binder. So we read the rules. We each lent the rules to each other and we read them. And then we built approximations of all of the characters out of Lego. And we played Warhammer. I'm sorry, that tabletop game fucking sucked. At least back then. And from what I've learned, it hasn't gotten much better. It's sunk cost fallacy to play a boring, slow tabletop game. At least the figures look cool, though. Like, I would rather play any video game, tactics game, than play a tabletop tactics game. They're so slow and laborious. BattleTech's even worse, though. BattleTech, in theory, is, like, the coolest idea, and then, like, okay, you need to roll 22 dice for this 22 missile launch volley. Okay. Now, you need to roll dice to see whether or not it fired correctly and whether or not you hit anything in your trajectory and how many of them get taken out. Then you need to roll dice to see if the enemy mech's defensive volley of anti-missile bullets hits any of them. Okay, then after that, we see if you hit. Okay, so how many of them hit? Never losing a game of 40k with your overpowered, unbalanced, unpainted Ultramarines? Is that a meme, or is that, like, something you actually do? Also, hi, King. What's up, dude? Which is, like, 8 pieces max? No, totally. Like, there is ways to make it, like, manageable. And the ways we played it was with relatively balanced armies. But the process of the way you play those types of games just isn't fun for me. Like, nothing about it is fun. Collecting the figures and painting them would probably be really fun, but it's not worth the redonkulous cost. Convoluted rules are such a downer? Yep. That was real life and the army went mysteriously missing? But, what? That's not good. It's not an addiction, it's a hobby. Don't call it an addiction. It's like, as somebody who's had substance abuse addictions, it's not an addiction, it's a hobby. You don't, like, convulge and start vomiting and cold sweating when you don't get your fix. You just get kind of sad because you can't hang out with your friends. It's not an addiction. It's just, it's a hobby. And hobbies are good. People should have hobbies. You know, my hobby is I buy camping gear and I go hiking. My hobby is I buy records. I repair and rebuild cassette decks. Those are my hobbies. They're also not necessarily cheap hobbies. You tried it and didn't like it? Those people are all still playing Magic the Gathering. To retain your sanity? My neighbor is retired, and he talks about how he like he's basically like retired 9 months of the year, right? And then once a year he will go to Ukraine and stop being retired for 2 months. He goes to Ukraine and he basically like hires everybody in the town to do projects for him, because he's like, he was a welder and like a tradesman all his life. So he's was in a union for like 50 years. And he just goes over there. Like last time he was there, he built 2 houses. Like he just hired like 15 kids from the town and like all like paid for all the materials and just like boosted this town's economy. And he's going to go do it in like a week. And I'm just like, you're crazy. He's traveling to the Ukraine for 2 months to go build a barbecue, a massive greenhouse to help his family out there, and a covered shelter. He's gonna rebuild his like great aunt's deck, a bunch of other things. I couldn't imagine being retired. I think I would go insane. Your hobby is your 2-year-old Aussie Shepherd. 2 walks a day, short in the morning, hour in the evening. It's your little buddy. Aw. Or he goes build a tank. I mean, what? Goes build tank? Goes build tank. That's such a broken sentence, I can't read it. His family literally lives like an hour from the Polish border, so I think he'll be safe. But maybe a stink bomb shelter in the backyard. They should build a bomb shelter. That might not be a bad idea, actually. It could double as like a wine cellar. You've lost contact with most of them? Probably for the best. Armor? Those single unit ones you can bury? Bomb shelters? Huh. Just recently lost your Adam and Eve challenge to a weregoat. Trying to figure out why is that shade? What? Oh, you mean like about the other thing you said? Oh, no shade taken. That's fine. But how long were you running that challenge for, if I can ask? You'll be back for Songs of Six? Cheers. Sleep well, dude. Take care of yourself. But yeah, no shade was taken. Don't worry about it. I'm just... This fortress has almost become like a lifestyle more than anything. Because like it's basically fully automated now, right? But if you were watching in episode 3, 112 years. Damn, dude. It's a long time. To keep 2 dwarves alive. This was the original fort back here. And the original like housing area was, or library area was down here. Then there's me going, isolated air filtration line? Are you telling me I could grow mushrooms and weed in that? That's my other hobby, is gardening. And cultivating mushrooms. and then just put, what, Vault 76 in there, and then when you go in and come back out, the entire world bugs out? Is that what that's for? At least I think so. You did have quite the title. King. Summer Blockades. The Barricaded General of Straps was your full title, King. Huh. I mean, maybe. It's a huge title. Barricaded General of Straps, yeah. Mm-hmm. Definitely a title. Pretty good day, though. You know, we had a small siege. 2 kids. A year passed. But yeah, we generally do like 1 year per stream now. When I started this fort out, I estimated I could do 5 per stream, which is what that original estimation was based on. And I also streamed 7 days a week back then. I now stream 3 days a week. For significantly longer hours. When I was streaming 7 days a week, I was streaming 5-6 hours a day. I now stream 7 days a week, but I stream, or I now no longer stream 7 days a week. I stream 3 days a week, but I stream 12 to 14 hours a day when I stream. So the result is my streams are way longer, but the likelihood of which I'd be able to finish Longdeath is in a reasonable amount of time is, but it's been for the best. My mental health is way better. And, I think the general quality of the shows have improved significantly too. Also, all that being said, for those of you who are nuts about 40K and Warhammer stuff, you should go check out my friend's YouTube channel. He's a streamer here on Twitch, but he's trying to get a 40K channel going. Most recent video got a couple views. Is that the elves? Yeah, the elves arrived. Look at that. Hello, elfies. That was Uzies. Can you name an elf? Not one that is not belonging to you. None of these belong to me, so no, I can't. Unless they're like a citizen of your fortress, you can't rename them. So these are just elves from a different faction that are here to trade. Which is great, but because they're not citizens of the fort, I can't give them names or anything. No Elphys Presley? I mean, I wouldn't name it Elphys Presley to begin with, but... Got him. Happens from time to time. Sigh. It's true. you right there. Let's just send prepared meals. I think honestly, got him is the only thing to say when people do that now. You know, there was one time somebody got like ludicrously mad over that, so they were just like, they tried typing in KEKW and they got the I'm stupid response. And they were just like, hold on a second. And they tried it again. They're like, is this shit for real? And I was like, yeah, it's for real. It's kind of hilarious. And they were just like, are you telling me that I can't appropriately display laughter in this channel? What the fuck? I was like, use lol or forehead or any of the other emotes. And I was just like, you're like, I'm sure you can find other ways to laugh in this channel. Even just typing in the classic lol would work. And they're like, if you can't display laughter in this channel's broken and literally unwatchable. And then like left and never came back. Also, this dwarf just went and beat up a mother who was carrying her child and then knocked over 2 bookshelves. Solid golf clap moment. Yep. It's almost as good as that one person who told me that because I was going to stream Doom 2016 on my 666th stream, which I did, by the way, that they'd lost all respect for me because people who played those types of games are often uneducated and a danger to society. That was a golf clap moment. Was they would stop watching my stream because I streamed Doom. PNGs? Oh yeah, absolutely. Just like people get weirdly emotional when you call a GIF a GIF. Or a GIF. To be fair, people are pretty impressive. Speaking of proper lunatics, I've had to delete a lot of comments recently. Well, not delete, but like, they're all hidden. Like, they're still on the video, but they're hidden. Which means there's an extension you can use to show them. But I've had to hide about 5 comments now on the PAX panel video that I cut together, which has like footage of Zach and Tarn at PAX West talking about Dwarf Fort, right? And they're wearing masks. And it's all just like super rude comments about masks. And it's like, okay, number one, it's the convention rules, so it doesn't matter what your take is. You gotta wear a mask if you go to PAX. Like, it's the rules. They won't let you in if you don't. For one thing. So it doesn't really matter what you think. It's amazing how, like, extremist some people are about just, like, insulting people for... Even if you've considered a placebo, it doesn't matter. It's like, the hell. We'll all live in a society. The more people are in society, the higher the odds that someone's going to be an asshole to you are. So, this kind of is what it is. I don't mind the proper lunatics. They remind me that I'm not the craziest person on the internet. Actually, on the topic of lunatics, maybe not lunatics, there was a guy at PAX West that, like, I kind of have to respect it. To be clear, I feel more comfortable around crowds of people that are all wearing masks. I don't care if it's, like, scientifically the most effective way of stopping influenza. I'm a disabled person who has, like, a shit immune system, so to me it's nice when people just, like, respect other people. But there was a guy at PAX West who I saw twice in the one day I was on the floor, and he just had this mask that said on the front of it, "This is a crappy placebo effect and has no effect. You're going to get sick anyways." And I kind of respect it. I kind of respect it. It's like, that's the way you got to do it. You're going to protest. Protest. And do it with a smile, even if we can't see it. There are lots of crazy people. Yeah. Another thing that was kind of funny was when we were wandering around downtown Seattle, So we went down to the fish market just to be tourists for a bit on the Saturday. Oh, it looks like what got a beating. I don't know what to do to save this dwarf. This dwarf's just kind of done. But when we went to downtown Seattle, there were these two guys with signs just screaming, "You can't prove to us COVID's real. You can't prove to us COVID happened," blah, that jazz. Just like anti-COVID screaming, right? Just lunacy. And I just didn't say a word and walked right past them, and we kept walking. We kind of had a little chuckle about it once we got across the street. And if I was alone, and if I was at home, like in Canada, so not afraid of getting into a fight, I would have just walked right up to that dude, gone this close to his face, and said, "You can't tell me birds are real." And just throw "birds aren't real" at him and just see what his response would be. Because if you're just gonna go around saying you can't convince me something is real, well, you can't convince me birds are real. Because you can't convince me birds are real. There are no birds. They're all government spies. They're drones. They're watching you. Just like you can't convince me the Earth's a ball. It's definitely flat. Speaking of flat Earth theory, have you heard about donut Earth theory? It's real hot right now. Anyway. Enough of this shit. When crazies watch you, does that mean you've made it? I don't know. Because the craziest people that were ever in my chat was that, oh, but do you remember that one time we got 4chan rated? Do you remember that one time? I like Donut Earth theory because of just how ludicrous it is. Just of how plain stupid it is. But yeah, honestly, I would say that the weirdest people I ever had watching my stream was that one time I got 4chan rated. Although that was pretty fun because that was back in the era where you could literally get away with just streaming anything, so I rickrolled them. Which was pretty good. Cats would have knocked everything off of that. Checkmate, flat earthers. But yeah, I don't know. I get very amused by fake conspiracy theories. Maybe more than I should. Pigeons are rats who are Icarus fanboys. I just want to see a rat with wings now. Not Hollow Earth, but Hollowed Earth? Oh yeah, because the lizard people hollowed it, right? Oh. Well, that's not good. So, I was just in Seattle, right? Apparently, Seattle's getting a forest fire weather warning. So I'm still getting Seattle weather alerts. I need to disable that in my weather app. That sucks. Because that means that'll probably hit us tomorrow. Or the day after. How about the cockroach people? Shit. Never heard of the cockroach people. Do tell. Do they survive nuclear bombs? If Earth was a tourist, then you'd be able to see the other side of the Earth if you look up sometimes. I mean, Australia can. But I'm not in Australia, sir. You see, I'm on the outside of the donut Earth theory. Right? So I'm on the outside. You know what one of my favorite responses to the moon landings were faked was? My literal favorite response to that was Mr. Armstrong punching a dude in the head. There's footage of him literally of them going, "So you didn't land on the moon." It was faked. And he literally just turns around and punches the guy who was interviewing him in the side of the head. Australia isn't real, though? I thought Canada wasn't real, and I live in Canada. I thought that the theory was that Canada isn't real, and Canada's actually on the moon. Since when's Australia not real? I mean, obviously they'd all fall off the Earth in flat Earth theory, right? But and if you were far enough away, that would be perceptible. Light does, in fact, bend. That's why time is subjective. Australia was destroyed in the Emu War? Oh my god. Canada isn't real. Okay, so Canada isn't real is a bullshit fake internet conspiracy theory, right? And we're running through the list of fake conspiracy theories right now, right? Because I brought up birds aren't real, and then I mentioned donut Earth theory, which obviously is just like a parody of flat Earth theory, and then in chat it was just mentioned that Australia isn't real. And then my response was, I thought Canada wasn't real. Since when did Australia go away? And apparently it was destroyed in the Emu War. Naturally. Of course. Duh. The skies are actually UFOs watching us? I thought that was the birds! I mean, I've seen the documentary Men in Black. I know how this goes. So I know this stories. Your sister thinks that Elvis is still alive? Does she like Elvis that much? Literally, these bad conspiracy theories is just like a contest of like, okay, who can say the stupidest thing? Birds are their drones. So there's actually some hilarious footage that was taken a couple months ago, Freeways, of a chicken flying through downtown Vancouver. Because chickens can fly. It's just the vast majority of chickens have their wings clipped so that they can't fly. They can actually fly quite well and quite efficiently and quite quickly and quite high up. But they don't generally because the majority of farm chickens have their wings clipped. So they don't fly away, right? And there's this amazing piece of footage of somebody in downtown Vancouver filming a chicken that's flying past their building. Like, this chicken just flies past their building. They're on, like, the 20th floor, and this chicken just flies by. They posted it on the Vancouver subreddit. I almost said the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. On the Vancouver subreddit, saying, chicken spotted in downtown Vancouver. And the most upvoted comment was, silly, unknowing normie. Doesn't know that isn't a chicken. That is a government drone here to spy on us in our protests. Followed by somebody going, but where's the drone part? And then somebody else was like, oh, it's 200 meters above. It's carrying the chicken on a very thin wire. You can see the drones. I'm curious, which one makes you crazy? Believing Mark Zuckerberg is a lizard man or believing he isn't? I believe he's a sociopathic maniac. Does that count as a lizard? It's a type of big dick contest? That's like American truck culture. Big dick contest. But yeah, that's all I believe he is. I think he's insane. He's an out-of-touch sociopath who got extremely rich extremely quickly at a young point in his life and also developed more power than any human being should ever have. And unfortunately, it wasn't because he got bit by a radioactive spider. It's because he just figured out every single human being on Earth's relationship status, which is worse than being bit by a radioactive spider. If you got bit by a radioactive spider, we might just have like a happy-go-lucky smear on the pavement. Kentucky Fried Drones. I mean, okay, so I will take the rats can't swim sentence and raise you that video that was posted on Reddit of the rat climbing out of the person's toilet in a small New York apartment and then jumping back down into the toilet and swimming away. Rats can hold their breath for like 3 minutes. Rats can fucking swim, dude. I've never seen that anywhere outside of Twitch chat, so I'm inclined to not believe it. Are stupid? Dogs do see in monochrome, though. Kind of hoping we get attacked again today. The documentary... Oh, so you just reminded me of the existence of the film Flushed Away. Good Lord. I saw an ad for that in theaters when I was a small kid. And I've seen bits and pieces. I've never seen the whole movie. I've seen bits and pieces of it. But wow, you just like threw me back in time for a moment there. I don't see that in that. It's your favorite lie? They absolutely can. It's like saying that birds can't fly, but birds aren't real, so obviously they can't. He reportedly said it while still at Harvard, while Facebook was still a hot or not clone. Right. And he was still a random dude. That makes a lot of sense, and I completely believe that. But, like, him saying that now is like, I really want to rewatch The Social Network. Because I remember that being a genuinely good movie. I'm curious how it ages. Like, really curious. And how well it ages. Also, you know what's even weirder is Hot or Not still exists. That's like the best part is like Hot or Not is still an app. Or originally it was a website, but it's still an app. But yeah, I would believe that. It's definitely the sort of thing a dumb college kid would say. Speaking of the documentary Flushed Away, I've also seen the documentary Ratatouille, which leads me to believe that we should all have rats in our kitchen. Then HelloFresh would go out of business. It's completely wrong. You don't use Facebook and you're still a stupid so-and-so. I mean, I deleted my Facebook account years ago, so. And you know, honestly, it's the best decision I ever made. Facebook just kind of got to a point for me where it was just like, hey, remember all these people that you used to be friends with and all these people who used to like you and now fucking hate you? Remember all these happy memories you used to have? Now all you have is depression? That was literally all Facebook turned into for me. It literally just kind of got to a point of like, hey, do you remember how you used to be happy? That was just like this awful like reminder of everything wrong with my life. I was like, you know what would be great? If I deleted all of this. And so I downloaded all my data and wiped it. The best part is deleting your Facebook account's kind of hard. It like you put in a request to delete it, and then you come back to the website 30 days later to actually delete it. It gives you 30 days. It's like a 30-day window. In 30 days, we will delete your website, the account, and you have to sign back in to confirm. You unfollow everyone and use it as a newspaper? That is the worst newspaper you could possibly have. Literally just use Flipbook or something else. Something that isn't algorithmically inclined. What was even better was like the last day that I was on Facebook, I posted a message saying I'm deleting this. DM me if you want my phone number or my current phone number. Nobody DM'd me, and I had like 400 friends on that stupid fucking thing. It's like, yeah, whenever people are just like, yo, I needed to stay in contact with people, it's like, those people don't give a shit. And if they do, they will stay in contact with you. Might as well get your news from Fox. You get game updates from different games. Just follow the games that you care about on Steam. You'll literally get pings to your Steam dashboard. Like, keep an eye on the PC gaming subreddit. I'm just saying that's a terrible format to get your news. But if you're only getting your video game news there, I guess. But it's like not worth letting them harvest all the data that they're harvesting off of you. It's the same reason it's not worth getting one of those super cheap Vizio TVs, because like they know what you're watching, they know what you're playing, they know what channels you're watching, they know what music you're listening to. At MMO news? I mean, you know, every single time you say XD at the end of a sentence, I lose a little bit of respect for you, fun fact. Because children do that. But fair enough. You live your life. I still don't think that's worth it, but... Actual events take the backseat? Yep, and that's why we all should just watch Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan. What? Your paranoid elderly grandmother, so everybody's elderly grandmother, who lives alone and won't pick up her phone, so her only contact with her is through Facebook? Oh, that blows, dude. I'm so sorry. You know that WhatsApp is, like, owned by Facebook, right? Or technically owned by Meta, I suppose. The thing that I did a couple years ago, which was one of the smartest things I think I ever did, was I made a Discord server for my immediate family. So it's like me, my mom, my dad, my sisters, their partners, and my aunts and my aunt and uncle on my mom's side are all in that Discord server, and it's the smartest thing I think I ever did. We have a room for photos and a room for chats, and it's been very useful for both of those things. To use Telegram or whatever? Yeah. I would use Telegram if my family was more techie, but Discord's easy. Never actually done that, Gristeth. I don't think anybody's ever used voice chat on that thing. But yeah, I don't use WhatsApp at all. I've never even installed WhatsApp. I used Snapchat for a bit when I still had a real job and everybody else was like, damn it, on Snapchat. Did that for a minute. And then that app very quickly devolved into just, oh, this is the app that you use to send nudes to people. Okay. Now, fortunately, I live in an era of my life where I have zero use for that, so thus I leave the app uninstalled. Hi, Stone. Welcome back. Deliveries from our human friends was rather small. I get called a boomer just for existing. So, I don't know. Yet, I was born in 94. Snapchat. Ha! Bonnie armor. I am, in fact, in my late 20s, yes. 28. $1894? Yes, definitely I was born in 1894. Actually, no, it was 1794. I'm a vampire, truly. Why else do you think I live in such a dark room? Although I'm actually like tanned enough that it's noticeable right now. Not even a vampire currently. It's strange. Thank you, Frederick. Much appreciated. It's back in June, but you know. It's easier to get judged by your immaturity online. Fair enough. Yeah. I just want to say shoutouts to the 65 plus demographic on my YouTube channel. It's 0.2% of my audience. But 0.2% of my audience is 65 plus on YouTube. Out of like the monthly million plus impressions I get on my YouTube channel. 0.2% of them are 65 plus. Nice. Yes, they're definitely 69. Mm-hmm. Although, to be fair, in regards to rejecting social media, 11 from Stranger Things, blanking on her first name, Millie Bobby Brown, I think? Just deleted all of her social media like not too long ago. It's not actually that uncommon for younger celebrities right now to delete their social media. What I'm hoping happens, actually, is that the Zoomers all go, fuck this shit, and everybody deletes social media. That's what I'm actually hoping happens. When you hit 69, you'll stop counting up. I want to know if I'm going to live to 2069. I was doing the math on that the other day, and I'm like, I want to make it to 2069. Like, that's my goal. Get to 2069. Probably die at, like, 2068. Knowing my luck. Speaking of vampires. All right, chat. I think that's a good amount of time for Longdeath today. We're in the year 421, late spring. Done a little over a year. We started in the winter of 419 and powered all the way through 420, and now we're into 421. The fortress is 416 years old. We have 32 dwarves. We lost one, but that's fine. They were a merchant. And we got 2 brand new babies in the fortress of Lykabu and Lemund today. We killed a small squad of humans. I mean, I'm a, like, bodily busted human being, but both of my grandmas are pushing 90, so maybe I have a chance to make it to 2069. But I think that is it for Longdeath for the day. We've been live for 7 hours and 21 minutes, which means we've probably got a good 4 to 5, 4.5-ish hours left. But I think we're going to go play some Songs of Six, which is a massive city build, epic city builder thing. It's a good Longdeath sesh. There is more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. If you want to go watch more dwarfs. But we're going to go play this.